Chapter 42. In the following days, Duan Lingtian often brought Ke to the martial arts practice field to practice her movement technique. They gradually integrated into the Aurora City's Li family, and won the respect of many of the clan's disciples. In this world, the strong would be respected no matter where they went. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Although Duan Lingtian and Ke's cultivation did not break through, their strength had undergone an earth-shattering change. First, defensive martial skills. With the help of the blood-spirit-body refinement liquid, Duan Lingtian's greater teleportation and Ke's grafting were both successfully cultivated to the entry stage. In terms of movement technique, Duan Lingtian's spirit snake movement technique finally broke through to the initial stage, and Ke's rippling subtle steps was also cultivated to the entry stage. As for offensive martial skills, Duan Lingtian did not dabble in other martial skills, while Ke had been diligently cultivating the sword-drawing technique without stopping. If Duan Lingtian's sword-drawing technique could be said to have stepped into the perfection stage, Ke's sword-drawing technique could be said to have been cultivated to the mastery stage. Of course, the reason why Ke improved so quickly was all because of her hard work. From the day the Li family in Fresh Breeze Town started cultivating the sword-drawing technique, until now she had spent at least 5 hours a day on the sword-drawing technique. Those who worked hard would eventually be rewarded. Duan Lingtian was not surprised at all about this. What was worth mentioning was that in the past half a month, because Duan Lingtian and Ke often went to the martial arts practice field to cultivate their movement technique, they had become more familiar with Li Shishir, who was ranked in the top 3 of the outer court disciples in strength. This was especially true for Ku Er, who was now calling Li Shishir sister. Martial arts practice field. Duan Lingtian's figure flashed as if he had no bones. Sometimes he stopped, sometimes he was swift like a spirit snake flying out. He was practicing the spirit snake movement skill. The beautiful girl stood at the side, watching quietly with a happy smile on her face. Little sister Ke. Suddenly a voice came from afar. Another beautiful girl walked over, holding a sheathed fine steel sword in her hand, looking valiant and formidable. Sister Shishir. Ke greeted the person with a smile. Little sister Ke, I'm going to the market to buy something. Come with me. The person who came was Li Shishir. Hearing this, Ke subconsciously looked at the young man who was moving quickly, but she did not disturb him and waited silently. Duan Lingtian, do you mind if I borrow Ke from you? Li Shishir looked at the young man. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's body moved slightly, but he managed to stabilize himself. His forehead was covered in sweat. A fragrance assailed his nostrils as Ke took a few steps forward and helped Duan Lingtian wipe off his sweat. She was like an obedient little wife. I really can't stand you guys. Li Shishir had a mushy look on her face. At this moment, no one noticed that in the depths of her eyes, a sense of loss flashed and disappeared. Ke, go take care of yourself. Duan Lingtian smiled at the girl beside him. Besides himself, Ke finally had a friend of the same age. Duan Lingtian naturally would not stop them from interacting. Don't worry, I won't leave out a single hair on your Ke. Li Shishir rolled her eyes at Duan Lingtian, then held Ke's hand and walked away. Along the way, they attracted the gazes of many lascivious men. After the two girls left, Duan Lingtian continued to cultivate spirit snake movement skill. If there was someone with sharp eyes present, they would be able to see that on the surface of Duan Lingtian's body, a faint defensive aura was faintly discernible. Defensive martial skill. While cultivating, Duan Lingtian seemed to have forgotten the time. Every time his body flashed, he could feel a comfortable feeling coming from his entire body, a wave of extreme satisfaction. Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, an explosive shout interrupted Duan Lingtian's cultivation. Frowning, Duan Lingtian saw 2 acquaintances walking over side by side. It was precisely Li Wen and Li Xiao. Speaking of which, Duan Lingtian hadn't seen them for half a month. He originally thought that they were scared out of their wits by the killing intent that he deliberately extended out last time, and didn't dare to find trouble with him again. Now it seemed that this wasn't the case. Is something the matter? Duan Lingtian looked at the two with a calm expression. Duan Lingtian, hand over the thing we want, or else you can only crawl back from here today. Li Xiao said coldly. If you want my thing, you can. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Li Xiao and Li Wen were stunned. Since when did this Duan Lingtian become so easy to talk to? Defeat me. Duan Lingtian paused for a moment and added, Okay, I'll make you hand over the thing wholeheartedly. Li Wen took a step forward and confronted Duan Lingtian. At this time, the people on the martial arts practice field also noticed the commotion here. Driven by curiosity, they all came over to watch. Soon, a remote corner of the martial arts practice field was surrounded by many people. It's Li Wen. Li Wen, like Sister Shi, is also ranked in the top 3 in the outer court. He wants to fight with Duan Lingtian? Seems like it. Even though Duan Lingtian is a branch family disciple, his sword skill has reached the acme of perfection. Even Sister Shi is ashamed of her inferiority. Even though his cultivation is slightly weaker than Li Wen's, it doesn't mean that he isn't a match for Li Wen. You said it's a sword skill. Didn't you see that Duan Lingtian didn't bring a sword? He wouldn't want to fight Li Wen empty-handed, right? Even though his Howling Tiger Fist has broken through to the mastery stage, everyone knows that Li Wen's middle-grade profound rank martial skill, Heart Destruction Palm, has also been cultivated to the mastery stage. More importantly, Li Wen is at the 9th level of the body tempering stage, while Duan Lingtian is only at the 8th level of the body tempering stage. The crowd discussed and didn't think highly of Duan Lingtian, who didn't have a sword. Some of the people who brought swords had the intention of lending their swords to Duan Lingtian, but were afraid of offending Li Wen. Li Wen wasn't just a branch family disciple. He was also the nephew of a branch family elder. It was precisely because of this that even though he was only an outer court disciple, the offensive martial skill, Heart Destruction Palm, defensive martial skill, Golden Bell Cover, and movement martial skill, Unfettered Steps, were all middle-grade profound rank martial skills. Others couldn't even be envious. Both of you come at me together. Duan Lingtian glanced at Li Wen, then looked at Li Xiao. Don't think too highly of yourself. I alone am enough to deal with you. Being looked down upon by Duan Lingtian caused Li Wen to fly into a rage out of humiliation. His figure abruptly moved unfettered steps. Li Wen's legs moved at a peculiar pace as he swiftly strode forward, arriving before Duan Lingtian in the blink of an eye. Heart Destruction Palm. He slapped out with his palm, shaking the sky as it carried the force of destruction as it swept straight towards Duan Lingtian. At the same time, a strand of white mist condensed into form above Li Wen's head, transforming into the silhouette of an ancient mammoth. Unfettered Steps at small mastery and Heart Destruction Palm at mastery. Cries of surprise rose and fell in the crowd. Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered as his upper body bent backwards, and at the instant his arms pulled back into the shape of a bow, he abruptly trembled. Crushing Fist. The crushing fist that he swung out met Li Wen's Heart Destruction Palm head-on. Bang! Fist and palm collided. In an instant, Duan Lingtian felt that the strength of Li Wen's palm was superior to his crushing fist. Not only that, a strand of strange force actually followed his fist and wanted to enter his arm. Greater teleportation. Without the slightest hesitation, Duan Lingtian executed his defensive martial skill, drawing this strand of strange force to reverse the direction of his teleportation and flash out in the opposite direction, giving him a taste of his own medicine. Bang! Duan Lingtian remained motionless like a mountain, but Li Wen repeatedly retreated 2 steps with a face full of disbelief. How is this possible? Li Wen was incomparably certain. His strength clearly surpassed Duan Lingtian's earlier, and his Heart Destruction Palm was even about to enter Duan Lingtian's body, but right at this moment the defensive chi barrier that appeared on Duan Lingtian's body actually blocked his Heart Destruction Palm. It was as if it was a mirror. What defensive martial skill is this? Li Wen was indescribably shocked in his heart, as it was the first time he'd heard of such a strange defensive martial skill. Looks like your Golden Bell Cover has already stepped into the initial stage. Duan Lingtian's eyes slightly narrowed. The might of Li Wen's Heart Destruction Palm was actually not inferior to his collapsing fist. Adding on the fact that Li Wen's cultivation was higher than his and possessed the strength of an ancient mammoth, he was inferior to Li Wen in a head-on clash. However, with greater teleportation reversing Li Wen's Heart Destruction Palm, he still obtained the upper hand in the head-on clash. Of course, although the reversed Heart Destruction Palm forced Li Wen to retreat, it was blocked by his Golden Bell Cover in time. Looking at the situation just now, it could be said that he and Li Wen were evenly matched. However, he still had an even stronger trump card. Li Wen's defensive martial skill has also stepped into the initial stage? Truly monstrous. The crowd once again exclaimed in surprise. If Li Wen is a monstrous genius, then what is Duan Lingtian? He has the upper hand. Following the sound of a voice, the crowd became deathly silent. That's right, just now Li Wen took the initiative to attack, while Duan Lingtian passively met him head-on, yet still obtained the upper hand. In their eyes, the difference between them was obvious. In terms of attack, Li Wen was inferior to Duan Lingtian. Brother Li Yuan, let me help you. Li Xiao also had the same thought as the others, wanting to join the battle. No need. Li Wen took a deep breath and stopped Li Xiao. Only he, the person involved, knew the reason why he was at a disadvantage earlier. If he had used his defensive martial skill in time, he wouldn't have been forced back by his own strength. I have to say your defensive martial skill is very strange, however. Everything is over, Li Wen sneered. Unfettered steps. The movement of his feet quickened, and with a strange pace, he started to circle around Duan Lingtian's body, as if he was disrupting Duan Lingtian's vision. Li Wen's unfettered steps is a profound class mid-tier martial skill. Although it is only at the initial stage, it is comparable to a profound class low-tier martial skill at the mastery stage. If Duan Lingtian's speed is inferior to his, then he will lose for sure. In the crowd, a voice abruptly sounded. It received the approval of the majority. In the world of martial skills, only speed is unbeatable. Li Wen was able to cultivate 3 types of martial skills to such a high stage. He could be considered an outstanding talent among his peers. Among his peers, those who could reach this stage could be counted with one's fingers. In the outer court, there were only 2 other people who could compete with Li Wen. Duan Lingtian's offensive martial skill was strong, and his defensive martial skill was also not bad. Because of this, in the eyes of the majority, Duan Lingtian's martial skill should be his weakness. You want to compete with me in speed? Duan Lingtian laughed. His eyes suddenly focused and his legs shook. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. A profound class high-tier martial skill at the initial stage was comparable to a profound class high-tier martial skill at the mastery stage. It was an entire stage higher than Li Wen's movement technique. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's figure moved, and like a nimble spirit serpent, he started to circle around Li Wen. No matter how Li Wen's palm force whistled, it couldn't touch him in the slightest. The surrounding crowd was dumbstruck. This Duan Lingtian, this speed, was simply monstrous. Li Xiao. Chapter 43. In the midst of the hissing of the crowd, Li Xiao responded, and with a flash of his body, he entered the battle. Coordinating with Li Wen, they attacked from both sides, leaving Duan Lingtian with nowhere to hide. Howling Tiger Fist. Li Xiao seemed to have transformed into a ferocious tiger, pouncing towards Duan Lingtian, opening his bloody mouth to bite. Who knew? Duan Lingtian didn't even have the intention to dodge. Greater teleportation. Duan Lingtian circulated his defensive martial skill, and a defensive chi appeared on his body. Bang! Li Xiao's ferocious fist smashed onto Duan Lingtian's defensive chi. The crowd was silent. Just when everyone thought that Duan Lingtian was going to be sent flying, an unimaginable scene appeared. They saw that Li Xiao, who was originally ferocious and had a cold smile on his face, had the smile on his face freeze, and the right arm that was about to punch out suddenly shook. Accompanied by a miserable cry, Li Xiao's body flew out like an arrow leaving the bow, fiercely crashing onto the ground. Sitting on the ground, Li Xiao's face was pale, and his eyes were filled with fear as he looked at Duan Lingtian. He didn't expect that the power of his fist that landed on Duan Lingtian would actually be completely reversed. It was as if he was hitting a mirror. Extremely sullen. If he didn't circulate his defensive martial skill in time, his entire arm might have been crippled. This scene shocked everyone present. Li Xiao's Howling Tiger Fist was a middle-grade profound rank martial skill, and he had already cultivated it to the initial stage. Duan Lingtian was able to use his defensive martial skill to completely block Li Xiao's Howling Tiger Fist, which meant that his defensive martial skill was not inferior to Li Xiao's Howling Tiger Fist, and was at least on par with Li Wen's Golden Bell Canopy at the initial stage. Only a mid-grade profound CLA's defensive martial skill at the initial stage could block a mid-grade profound CLA. offensive martial skill at the initial stage. In other words, Duan Lingtian's defensive martial skill was either a middle-grade profound rank martial skill at the initial stage or a low-grade profound rank martial skill at the mastery stage. However, no one believed that Duan Lingtian's defensive martial skill was a high-grade profound class martial skill. After all, even in the Aurora City's Li family, a high-grade profound rank martial skill was extremely rare. Brother Li Yuan, I'm sorry. Li Xiao looked at Li Wan with a bitter smile. At first, he thought that Duan Lingtian's offensive martial skills were stronger than his. Only now did he realize it. His attacks could not break through Duan Lingtian's defense at all. Humph! Li Wan's face sank, and his cold eyes swept past Duan Lingtian. He was like a bloodthirsty venomous snake. Only when Li Wan and Li Xiao left in a sorry state did the gazes of the crowd descend onto Duan Lingtian. Their eyes were filled with reverence. Only 16 years old. A middle-grade profound rank martial skill at the mastery stage, Howling Tiger Fist. A middle-grade profound rank martial skill suspected to be at the initial stage, or a low-grade profound rank martial skill at the mastery stage. A middle-grade profound rank martial skill suspected to be at the mastery stage, or a low-grade profound rank martial skill at the mastery stage. In the outer court, only the number one disciple in the outer court could compare to such an accomplishment. Even the other top 3 disciple of the outer court, Li Shi, was far inferior to him. With the strength Duan Lingtian displayed now, he has already completely surpassed Big Sister Shi and Li Wan. As of now, in the outer court, his strength is probably only below Li Kuang. I feel that he can compete with Li Kuang. Don't forget, Duan Lingtian's strongest offensive martial skill is not the Howling Tiger Fist, but his superb sword skill. Yeah, with his sword skill and the support of his long sword, his strength is probably not inferior to Li Kuang's. The crowd discussed, not stingy with their praises. Duan Lingtian merely smiled faintly when he heard these praises. In his previous life, he had experienced too many similar scenes and had long since become numb to them. As for the Li Kuang they spoke of, Duan Lingtian had heard of him. The number one disciple in the outer court. Every time Li Shi mentioned him, she couldn't help but reveal a face of reverence. Unfortunately, Duan Lingtian had never seen him before. He heard that Li Kuang went to the Misty Forest to gain experience, and would only return before the start of the clan martial meet. Duan Lingtian. Just as Duan Lingtian was preparing to return home, a hurried voice came closer and closer. What's the matter? Duan Lingtian looked at the youth who was panting. Duan Lingtian, Big Sister Shi taught 2 ignorant Lin clan outer court disciples a lesson. In the end, those 2 went to call for help, and a group of people blocked them. Big Sister Shi asked me to come back and report. The youth anxiously said. What? Duan Lingtian's expression changed. He was most worried about Ker's safety. Lead the way. Duan Lingtian's cold eyes focused on the youth. The youth only felt a chill run down his spine. He didn't dare to look at Duan Lingtian again and hurriedly led the way. The surrounding outer domain disciples exchanged glances with one another before following after him. The Lin family dares to bully Sister Shi. They are simply courting death. Come, let's go teach them a lesson. Do they really think that the outer court disciples of the Li family are pushovers? The outer court disciples following Duan Lingtian were all filled with righteous indignation. Hurry up! Duan Lingtian frowned. He grabbed the youth's arm and flew out with him, putting some distance between them and the group behind them. Lead the way. The group of outer court disciples only heard Duan Lingtian shout from afar. Let's go. Let's hurry up and not lose them. The group of Li family disciples also executed their movement techniques one after another, flying out and following him. Even then they could only eat Duan Lingtian's dust from afar. It was also because Duan Lingtian had brought someone with him. Otherwise, with their speed, they definitely wouldn't have been able to keep up with Duan Lingtian. They left the Li family mansion. On a street in the marketplace, Duan Lingtian saw the 2 girls surrounded from afar. When he saw Ker standing there unharmed, Duan Lingtian breathed a sigh of relief. Li Shi, as long as you and the little beauty beside you accompany us for a drink, today's matter will be written off. How about it? A frivolous voice reached Duan Lingtian's ears from afar. Duan Lingtian's face darkened. Linwei, you're dreaming. Li Shishi's delicate voice rang out. Then I'm sorry, but we'll have to destroy the flower today. The frivolous voice changed, becoming colder and more severe. Scram! Extending his hand, Duanling Tian grabbed a Lin clan outer court disciple by the shoulder and pulled him back before walking in large strides. Brat, you're courting death. The outer court disciple's expression changed drastically. He followed and punched out. Boom! In the end, his punch landed on the defensive energy that appeared on the surface of Duanling Tian's body, and the strength of his punch was reversed. Ah! With a blood-curdling scream, he was sent flying and landed on the ground in a sorry state. The commotion here could not be said to be small, attracting everyone's attention. Young master! Duanling Tian. When Ku Er and Li Shishi saw Duanling Tian, joy appeared on their beautiful faces, as if the lover they had been waiting for a long time had finally arrived. Her, are you all right? Duanling Tian came to the girl's side, his face full of concern. Young master, I'm fine. The girl shook her head gently. Sister Shishi is here. Thank you. Duanling Tian nodded and smiled at Li Shishi. What are you thanking me for? I brought Kerr out, so I have to take responsibility. Li Shishi's eyes flashed, and she shook her head slightly. She sighed inwardly. Could it be that in his eyes she really couldn't compare to Sister Kerr at all? Brat, you dare to hurt our Lin family. Today I, Lin Wei, will teach you a good lesson. Nearby, behind the Lin clan youth in the lead, a youth around the age of 17 flashed out with a menacing palm strike towards Duanling Tian's chest. Just as the two girls beside Duanling Tian were about to save him, their faces changed. Duanling Tian stepped out and welcomed the attack with his chest. Greater teleportation. His defensive martial skill was activated. Slap. The incoming person slapped Duanling Tian's chest. Duanling Tian did not move an inch. Ah! The incoming person screamed and was sent flying. His body swayed awkwardly before stabilizing. The intense pain from his arm caused him to break out in cold sweat. When he looked at Duanling Tian again, his eyes were filled with fear. Slap, 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 slap. At this moment, the Lin family's leader, the green-clothed youth, clapped his hands. If I'm not wrong, your defensive martial skill should be a high-grade mystic class martial skill, right? The green-clothed youth looked deeply at Duanling Tian. High-grade mystic class martial skill? Whether it was the Lin family's outer court disciples present or the Li family's outer court disciples who had just arrived, they were all stunned. Although the Li family and Lin family both had high-grade mystic class martial skills. But the family's high-grade mystic class martial skills could only be cultivated by the family's talented martial artists. Just when everyone was looking at Duanling Tian with surprise in their eyes, Duanling Tian's expression suddenly changed. Her, let's go back. Duanling Tian held the girl's hand and walked out with a gentle face. As if entering a place where there was no one. Whoosh! The green-clothed young man's figure moved as if he transformed into a gust of wind and blocked Duanling Tian's path. Duanling Tian's face darkened. You hit my Lin family's people and you plan to leave just like that? The green-clothed youth's face was calm, but his eyes revealed a bit of playfulness. Scram. Duanling Tian's eyes were cold, and his voice was like thunder. Your Li family can leave today, but you must fight with me. This is the prerequisite. In the past, I only thought that among the outer court disciples of the Li family, only Li Kuang was worthy of me fighting. Only today did I know that the Li family's outer court has a character like you. The green-clothed youth's face was full of confidence. It was as if everything was under his control. So arrogant? Duanling Tian's eyes narrowed and a cold light flashed. Duanling Tian, he is Lin Qi, the #1 disciple of the Lin family's outer court. The son of the Lin family's patriarch. Li Shishi reminded. Lin family's #1 disciple? Lin family's patriarch's son? No matter which halo it was enough to make the green-clothed youth dazzling. The Lin family was the same as the Li family. They were both colossi in Aurora City. So what do you think? You and I will fight, and no matter if you win or lose, I will let your Li family leave. Lin Qi lightly smiled, as if he wasn't angry at Duanling Tian's actions just now. Just to fight with Duanling Tian. The injured Lin Wei's face sank, and he said unwillingly, Brother Qi, Li Shishi and him both injured our people. You shut up. Chapter 44. Lin Qi's voice was filled with an unquestionable authority. Even though he was young, he had already developed the bearing of a superior. Lin Wei took a deep breath and didn't dare say anything else, but his icy cold eyes were still focused on Duan Lingtian, waiting to devour him. Duan Lingtian noticed Lin Wei's gaze, but he didn't mind it. This Lin Wei's strength was only on par with Li Xiao, so he wasn't a threat to him. His gaze descended onto Lin Qi. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Duan Lingtian smiled at Kerr and asked her to return to Li Shishir's side before walking out to confront Lin Qi. The Lin clan outer court disciples all retreated a few steps, leaving a large empty space. This was Aurora City's largest trade market after all, so it quickly gathered many onlookers. I heard that this green-clothed youth is the Lin clan patriarch's son, Lin Qi. Lin Qi. I've heard of him, the #1 disciple of the Lin clan's younger generation. He's only 17 years old, has a cultivation at the 9th level of the body tempering stage, and has cultivated 3 high-grade profound rank martial skills. 3 high-grade profound rank martial skills? My god, the Lin clan really invested a lot on him. Who's confronting him? It seems to be a disciple of the Li family with another surname. The crowd of onlookers whispered in discussion. Duan Lingtian stared at Lin Qi with a serious expression. When facing Lin Qi, he felt a trace of pressure. Even when facing the Fresh Breeze Town's Feng family's manager, Feng Chong, who was at the 1st level of the core formation stage, he didn't feel any pressure. In other words, this Lin Qi was even more dangerous than Feng Chong. Thinking about it, it made sense. For example, the best martial skills that the 3 great clans of Fresh Breeze Town possessed were only high-grade yellow rank martial skills. As for movement techniques, before Duan Lingtian gifted them to the Li family, none of the 3 great clans of Fresh Breeze Town possessed them. Defensive martial skills were even more unattainable to the 3 great clans. Duan Lingtian learned this through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. Although martial skills were divided into heaven, earth, black and yellow levels, yellow-level martial skills only had offensive martial skills. There were no defensive martial skills or movement martial skills. On Cloud Continent, the worst movement technique and defensive martial skill were low-grade profound rank martial skills. Whoosh! As if by agreement, Duan Lingtian and Lin Qi moved at the same time. Spirit Serpent Movement. Duan Lingtian's figure was graceful, and each of his movements was filled with flexibility and beauty. The speed was so fast that most of the onlookers couldn't help but gasp in admiration. Lin Qi's legs seemed to have turned into afterimages. Even if they swept across the snowy ground, they would not leave behind the slightest trace. Traceless snow steps. Profound class high-tier martial skill. Where did this Duan Lingtian come from? When did the Li family have such a person? His movement technique speed is actually not slower than Brother Qi's traceless snow steps. Brother Qi's traceless snow steps is a high-grade profound class martial skill that has been cultivated to the initial stage. It's comparable to a middle-grade profound class martial skill at the mastery stage or a low-grade profound class martial skill at the perfection stage. Unbelievable, besides the Li family's Li Kuang and the Xiao family's Xiao Yun, there's actually someone of the same age who can compare with Brother Qi in terms of movement techniques. Humph! This Duan Lingtian is only at the 8th level of the body tempering stage. Didn't you notice that Brother Qi is not using his full strength and is suppressing his strength to the 8th level of the body tempering stage to play with him? If you didn't mention it, I wouldn't have noticed. Brother Qi is not using the energy of heaven and earth to develop an ancient mammoth silhouette. The group of Lin family outer court disciples had complacent expressions on their faces. It was as if the person whose speed was on par with Duan Lingtian was not Lin Qi, but themselves. Duan Lingtian, take my palm strike. Lin Qi abruptly roared. Whoosh! The sound of the wind was piercingly cold. Lin Qi's right hand slapped out, and as far as the eye could see, numerous afterimages of palms appeared, enveloping towards Duan Lingtian. Over 10 afterimages of palms descended, and it was difficult to distinguish which palm strike was the real one. If one made a mistake in judgment, one would undoubtedly fall into danger. It's the high-grade profound rank martial skill. Overlapping images, the famous martial skill of the Lin family. It's said that when this overlapping images is cultivated to the perfection stage, one can create 99 afterimages, Lin Qi deserves to be called the Lin family's young genius. At the mere age of 17, he's already cultivated overlapping images to the initial stage. Within the surrounding crowd, there was no lack of people with discerning gazes. This is a high-grade profound rank martial skill, Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, he had quite a bit of understanding towards high-grade profound rank martial skills. Compared to a middle-grade profound rank martial skill, a high-grade profound rank martial skill was a qualitative change. Not only was its power increased by a level, but it also emphasized using a certain method to confuse the opponent before delivering a thunderous strike. With a thought in his heart, Duan Lingtian's eyes focused. Relying on the experience of walking through a hail of bullets in his previous life, he seemed to be able to discern the true location of the palm strike that contained killing intent from the 10 afterimages. Collapsing fist. Duan Lingtian pulled back both his arms and threw out his right fist, directly punching towards one of the afterimages. Bang! Fist and palm collided. Instantly, Duan Lingtian and Lin Qi's bodies shook. Duan Lingtian retreated 3 steps while Lin Qi retreated 5 steps. The surrounding crowd was dumbstruck. Lin Qi suppressed his strength to the 8th level of the body tempering stage, but actually fell into a disadvantageous position. Your strength is actually so much stronger than an ordinary 8th level body tempering stage martial artist. Lin Qi glanced at Duan Lingtian in astonishment. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. Ever since he started cultivating the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, every time his cultivation broke through a level, his strength would be slightly stronger than someone of the same cultivation level. Just like now, an ordinary 8th level body tempering stage martial artist had a strength of 2,500 pounds, whereas he had a strength of 7,000 pounds. Haha. Satisfying. I really didn't misjudge you. Amongst my peers in Aurora City, besides Li Kuang and Xiao Yun, you're the first one to be able to see through the true location of my palm strike. However, since your strength is stronger than an ordinary 8th level body tempering stage martial artist, then I'll raise my strength to the same level as yours. Lin Qi laughed heartily, incomparably delighted. Again, Lin Qi's body shook as he flew out. Traceless snow steps. This time, he and Duan Lingtian didn't intentionally exchange blows. Their bodies flew as they swiftly searched for each other's flaws in order to defeat each other. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Collapsing Fist. Duan Lingtian's entire body seemed to have transformed into a spirit snake as he flew past and found an opportunity to land a punch on Lin Qi's body. Although the power of Collapsing Fist was difficult to suppress Lin Qi's afterimages in a head-on clash. But in terms of battle experience, Lin Qi couldn't catch up to Duan Lingtian. As the strongest weapon specialist on Earth in his previous life, Lin Qi was simply not on the same level as him in terms of battle experience. Bang! The punch landed and smashed onto the defensive qi barrier that rose from the surface of Lin Qi's body. In that instant, Duan Lingtian felt his right fist shake, as if he had smashed onto a tortoise's shell and received a rebounding force. Greater teleportation. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian activated his defensive martial skill. Giving Lin Qi a taste of his own medicine, he returned the rebounding force back to Lin Qi. After all, the rebounding force came from Lin Qi's defensive qi barrier, so Lin Qi's defensive qi barrier didn't repel it. Lin Qi's body trembled as he was struck by the rebounding force. As if he had been struck by lightning, he retreated to the side in a slightly sorry state. What kind of defensive martial skill is that? Lin Qi looked at Duan Lingtian as if he had seen a ghost. Although he was surprised by Duan Lingtian's battle experience, he was even more shocked by Duan Lingtian's defensive martial skill. It was actually able to return the rebounding force to Duan Lingtian from his defensive martial skill Black Tortoise Transformation. That rebounding force originated from his defensive qi barrier and was returned by Duan Lingtian's defensive martial skill. His defensive qi barrier didn't repel the rebounding force at all, causing him to suffer quite a bit. Duan Lingtian's defensive martial skill completely countered his defensive martial skill. Do your best, there's no need to suppress your strength anymore. If you continue like this, you will definitely lose. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and slowly said, "Alright, as you wish. I really didn't expect that within the same generation of Aurora City's 3 great clans, besides Li Kuang and Xiao Yun, there would be someone else who could make me use my full strength. You be careful when I use my full strength. I will carry the strength of an ancient mammoth. Even if it's compared to your current strength, it will still be nearly 1,500 pounds stronger. Lin Chi laughed heartily. He naturally knew that what Duan Lingtian said was true. Just based on Duan Lingtian's abundant battle experience and the defensive martial skill that countered him, it was sufficient to defeat him when he suppressed his strength to the same level as Duan Lingtian. Instantly, the muscles on Lin Chi's body slightly bulged. Above him, the energy of heaven and earth roiled and an ancient mammoth silhouette was faintly discernible. This Duan Lingtian is really a monster. He's only at the 8th level of the body tempering stage, and is able to force Brother Qi to use his full strength. In today's battle, although this Duan Lingtian is defeated, it's still an honorable defeat. Yeah, Brother Qi suppressed his strength to the same level as Duan Lingtian and was still at a disadvantage. I can imagine that if Duan Lingtian breaks through to the 9th level of the body tempering stage one day, Brother Qi might not be his match. The gazes of the Lin clan outer court disciples were slightly dazed as they looked at Duan Lingtian. On the other hand, the faces of the Li family outer court disciples were all flushed red. Duan Lingtian had really brought honor to the Li family. From today onwards, besides Li Kuang, the Li family's outer court had another Duan Lingtian that they could bring out. Li Shishir looked at Duan Lingtian with an extremely complicated expression. The young girl standing beside her, however, didn't seem to be surprised in the slightest. In her eyes, her young master would always be the most outstanding, and no one could compare to him. Duan Lingtian, be careful. I'll use my full strength. No matter if it's strength or speed, both will receive an enormous increase. After warning Duan Lingtian, Lin Chi made his move. Traceless snow steps. Lin Chi's speed was at least 30% faster than before. Overlapping afterimages. More than 10 afterimages of palms descended with a bang, enveloping Duan Lingtian. Lin Chi used his full strength. The speed of traceless snow steps completely surpassed Duan Lingtian's spirit serpent movement technique, and the might of overlapping afterimages far surpassed Duan Lingtian's collapsing fist, causing Duan Lingtian's defensive martial skill, greater teleportation, to be unable to block it. Now, even if Duan Lingtian had abundant battle experience, and even if greater teleportation was miraculous, he was still at a disadvantage after a few moves. Using an analogy, if a martial skill was said to be software, then one's own strength was the hardware. If the hardware was inferior, then even the best software would be dragged down. The difference in strength is too great. Duan Lingtian is about to lose. Chapter 45. Duan Lingtian may have lost, but it's still an honorable defeat. The Li family outer court disciples weren't discouraged. After all, Duan Lingtian's cultivation was a level lower than Lin Chi's. If Duan Lingtian was also at the 9th level of the body tempering stage, then in their opinion Lin Chi wouldn't be a match for Duan Lingtian. In terms of age, Duan Lingtian was also a year younger than Lin Chi. Unlimited potential. Just when everyone thought that Duan Lingtian was about to be defeated by Lin Chi, except for the young girl beside Li Shishir. Lin Chi, be careful. Duan Lingtian's voice suddenly sounded. Whoosh! Immediately after, a violet sword light flashed out. It forced Lin Chi to swiftly stop and look at Duan Lingtian with a face full of fear. Duan Lingtian used a sword just now? Seems like it. But he doesn't have a sword in his hand right now. Where did he hide it? None of the Li family and Lin family outer court disciples present were able to see how Duan Lingtian drew his sword and where he hid it. If it wasn't for the others seeing the sword light, they might have thought that their eyes were playing tricks on them. Lin Chi, I'm going to counterattack. Duan Lingtian's gaze focused slightly as he took a step forward. Spirit serpent movement technique. His figure flashed towards where Lin Chi was. Whoosh! The violet sword light flashed once again as Lin Chi rapidly retreated. I admit defeat. Lin Chi's slightly flustered voice sounded. Besides Kerr and Li Shishir, everyone present was stunned. Lin Chi admitted defeat? What's going on? Brother Qi, why did you admit defeat? You clearly have the upper hand. Lin Wei looked at Lin Chi with a puzzled expression. If Duan Lingtian doesn't use a sword, I can defeat him, but once he uses a sword, I'm not his match. Lin Chi's answer was very direct. Duan Lingtian, the speed of your sword skill has already reached a level where it is difficult for me to reach. Unless I have a breakthrough in all aspects, otherwise it would be difficult for me to block even one of your sword strikes. Lin Qi looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated expression and sighed. Duan Lingtian's godly sword had convinced him wholeheartedly. Thank you. Duan Lingtian nodded. He had a slightly higher opinion of Lin Qi. He was a person who could afford to lose. Such a person would definitely be extraordinary in the future. However, there will be a day when I will break your sword skill. Lin Qi's eyes flashed as he said confidently, I'll wait and see. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. I'll keep my promise. You can leave with your Li family now. Lin Qi raised his eyebrows. Farewell. Duan Lingtian nodded to Lin Qi and left the market with Kerr and the Li family's outer court disciples. They headed in the direction of the Li family's mansion. The onlookers also gradually dispersed. They all remembered a name in their hearts. Duan Lingtian. The Li family had another outer court disciple whose strength was not inferior to Li Kuang's, or even stronger. Brother Qi, you still haven't answered me. Why did you admit defeat for no reason? Lin Wei frowned. He looked like he wanted to get to the bottom of this. The other outer court disciples of the Lin family also looked at Lin Qi with the same confusion. Look for yourselves. Lin Qi shook his head and raised his head, revealing his throat to everyone. The outer court disciples were all stunned. They could clearly see. On Lin Qi's throat, there was a faint white mark left by the sword. Today, if he hadn't shown mercy, I would have died. Lin Qi sighed. Brother Qi, that Duan Lingtian is really audacious. A merely family disciple with another surname actually dares to kill you like this. If it were up to me, we should get the inner court disciples to teach him a lesson. Lin Wei's eyes flashed as he spoke viciously. Lin Wei, I'm warning you. From today onwards, Duan Lingtian is my opponent. I'll take care of this myself. Don't try to be smart. Lin Qi's face darkened, and his voice became colder. Yes, this was the first time Lin Wei had seen Lin Qi so angry. He hurriedly nodded. However, as he lowered his head, his eyes still flashed with unwillingness and viciousness. On the way back to Duan Lingtian's mansion. Duan Lingtian, why did Lin Qi suddenly admit defeat? Yeah, I didn't see him lose. Why did he suddenly admit defeat? Duan Lingtian, is there something we don't know? The outer court disciples of the Li family looked at Duan Lingtian with puzzlement. What could there be? You guys didn't see it clearly, so don't talk nonsense. Li Shishir frowned. Sister Shishir, do you know the reason? Immediately, the outer court disciples of the Li family changed their target and looked at Li Shishir. Didn't you guys notice that there's a faint sword mark on Lin Qi's throat? That strike was Duan Lingtian being merciful and only sliced open the skin on his throat. If it was any deeper, he would have died for sure. After glancing at Duan Lingtian and seeing that he wasn't dissatisfied, Li Shishir explained. For a moment, the outer court disciples of the Li family were all stunned. They never would have thought that Duan Lingtian would be so valiant. One sword to the throat. Although some of them had seen Duan Lingtian execute a sword skill, the marvelous sword skill that cut through dozens of fallen leaves, they had never seen it before. They never would have thought that Duan Lingtian's sword skill would be so terrifying in a real battle. Only Duan Lingtian knew that he had been able to succeed so smoothly because he had caught his opponent off guard. If he could catch his opponent off guard, the power of his sword-drawing technique would not be inferior to a high-grade profound-class martial technique at perfection. After returning to the Li family mansion, the group dispersed. Duan Lingtian and Kerr bid farewell to Li Shishir and left. I wonder if he's willing to teach me the sword-drawing technique. Li Shishir had always focused on sword skills and had even cultivated the low-grade profound-class sword skill, Shadow Sword, to perfection. As a branch family disciple, if she wanted to improve her sword skills, she could only wait until she became an inner court disciple and go to the second floor of the martial scripture pavilion to choose a mid-grade profound-class sword skill. During this time, she had also learned from Kerr that the power of the sword-drawing technique was comparable to a mid-grade profound-class sword skill. If caught off guard, it would not be inferior to a high-grade profound-class sword skill. After returning home, Duan Lingtian lay on the bed with his arms and legs spread out. After practicing his movement technique and sparring with Lin Qi today, Duan Lingtian felt a trace of exhaustion. The young girl sat in front of the bed and gently massaged his legs. Awesome. Duan Lingtian could not help but exhale a mouthful of turbid air. Kerr, what's the matter? What, you don't still think of yourself as an outsider, do you? Duan Lingtian noticed the young girl's hesitation and asked with a smile. Young master, Big Sister Shirshir asked me to ask you if you can teach her the sword drawing technique? The young girl asked with slight hesitation. She has a good plan. Don't tell me that the reason she calls you sisters is because she wants me to teach her the sword drawing technique? Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. Young master, Big Sister Shirshir is not that kind of person. The young girl lightly shook her head. Then Kerr, do you want me to teach her the sword drawing technique? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. Kerr will listen to you, young master. The young girl smiled, her delicate cheeks showing a bit of redness. Her low-grade profound class sword skill has already been cultivated to perfection, so it's understandable that she wants to cultivate a better sword skill. Seeing that she's good to me and takes care of Kerr, I'll teach her another sword skill. As for the sword drawing technique, I won't teach it to anyone else. Duan Lingtian pondered for a moment and said slowly, Young master, what sword skill are you going to teach Big Sister Shirshir? The young girl blinked her autumn eyes and asked curiously. Accompanying sword shadow. This sword skill was a high-grade profound class sword skill. It was a complete set of sword skills that Duan Lingtian found in the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. It was similar to the overlapping shadows that Lin Qi used today, and its power was not inferior to the overlapping shadows. Originally, Duan Lingtian was going to teach Li Shirshir a middle-grade profound class sword skill. Thinking about it again, in 1.5 months it would be the annual clan martial meet. With Li Shirshir's strength, it would be easy for her to become an inner courtyard disciple. Becoming an inner courtyard disciple, she could go to the second floor of the martial scripture pavilion to choose a middle-grade profound class sword skill. If he were to give her a middle-grade profound class sword skill, it would be a bit unnecessary. A few days later, Duan Lingtian finished writing Shadow Sword and asked her to find Li Shirshir. Shadow Sword? High-grade profound class sword skill? After seeing Duan Lingtian's handwritten copy, Li Shirshir's autumn eyes focused and her face was filled with excitement. Because of some reasons, it's not convenient for me to teach you sword drawing technique, so I'll give this sword skill to you. However, I have a condition. Speaking up to here, Duan Lingtian stared at Li Shirshir. What condition? At this moment, Li Shirshir felt that Duan Lingtian's burning gaze could tear her clothes apart, and her voice trembled slightly. You can't tell anyone that this sword skill was taught to you by me. Remember, it's anyone. Duan Lingtian stated his condition. Definitely. Li Shirshir hurriedly nodded and heaved a sigh of relief in her heart. So it was this condition. She had thought, you can go. Duan Lingtian nodded to Li Shirshir and said indifferently. Li Shirshir gritted her teeth and thanked him again before leaving. After leaving, Li Shirshir felt somewhat disappointed. She even suspected that in front of Duan Lingtian, her charm was automatically reduced to 0. Ever since she met Duan Lingtian seemed to have never looked at her. His gentleness was always only for the girl beside him. Sometimes she didn't even know if she was envious or jealous. She didn't know when, maybe it was when she saw him use the sword drawing technique for the first time, but in her heart the figure of this big boy had already appeared. Lying on the bed and looking at the ceiling, Duan Lingtian laughed heartlessly. In his previous life as a romantic soldier who only entered a field of flowers, of course he could see Li Shirshir's feelings for him. However, Li Shirshir after all was different from Kerr. In Kerr's world there was only him. Li Shirshir on the other hand had her own life goals. Even if she had feelings for him now, it was just a pure girl yearning for love. Just like the laws of nature, an outstanding male would always be able to attract females more easily. Of course, this didn't mean that Duan Lingtian would be stubbornly faithful to her. Chapter 46. According to Duan Lingtian's previous estimation, concocting the blood spirit body tempering liquid with 5 pounds of 50-year-old blood lingji could last him in Kerr for 2 months. But now that his mother Li Ro was also using it, the three of them didn't deliberately save it and consumed the blood spirit body tempering liquid at a much faster rate. In a month's time the 5 pounds of blood lingji were completely used up. Of course, giving without holding back also had great returns. In addition to his defensive martial skill, greater teleportation which had been cultivated to the initial stage, Kerr and Li Ro's defensive martial skill, grafting, had also broken through to the initial stage. Once the three of them circulated their defensive martial skills, even if a person of the same cultivation executed a high-grade profound rank martial skill at the initial stage, a high-grade profound rank martial skill at the mastery stage, or even a low-grade profound rank martial skill at the perfection stage, it would be difficult to cause any harm to them. Of course, the premise of all this was that the opponent executed the martial skill with their bare hands. If the opponent had a sharp weapon in their hands, then it would be a different story. After making another trip to the trade market and buying another 4 pounds of blood lingji, Duan Lingtian had spent most of the silver in his possession and only had a few thousand silver left. He originally had a little over 130,000 silver in his possession. It was all given to him by the Fresh Breeze Town branch family's Li family. It could be considered as buying his Thunder Fire Pill formula and his middle-grade profound rank movement technique, Gale Steps. After buying blood lingji twice, he had nearly spent all the silver. I haven't broken through to the core formation stage yet, and I don't have much silver left. It's time to think of a way to earn money. After returning home with Ku Er's help, Duan Lingtian concocted the 4 pounds of blood lingji into blood lingji body refinement liquid. Then he started to ponder. In the memories of reincarnation Emperor Wu, any random pill formula had an extraordinary value. It could easily be sold for a large sum of money. However, he wasn't willing to do so. The more common pill formulas couldn't be sold for much. And the almost extinct pill formulas on Cloud Continent, even if they could be sold for a large sum of money, the enormous wealth would definitely attract covetous eyes. His current strength wasn't enough to deal with them. He knew his limits. That's it. After thinking for a while, Duan Lingtian made a decision. In the Aurora City's market, there were quite a few medicine shops. Almost all of them sold some medicinal liquids, but only a few sold medicinal pills. After all, only ranked alchemists could refine medicinal pills. As for the medicinal liquid, as long as there was a prescription, anyone could concoct it. Duan Lingtian went out with Kerr, and went to the pharmacy where he had bought the blood lingji mushroom twice. "Honorable guest, is there anything else you need?" The shopkeeper greeted him warmly, his face glowing. In his opinion, the young man in front of him was a big customer. In just a short month, he had swept away 13 caddies of 50-year-old blood lingji mushrooms from him. After deducting the cost of the goods, he had earned at least 20,000 taels of silver from the youth. "Shopkeeper, I'm not here to buy medicinal herbs this time. I want to consign some medicinal liquid here." Duan Lingtian explained the purpose of his visit. He planned to sell the finished product of the 6 Treasures Body Tempering Liquid. The 6 Treasures Body Tempering Liquid was far inferior to the 7 Treasures Body Tempering Liquid that Duan Lingtian used. The medicinal effect of one portion of the 6 Treasures Body Tempering Liquid was only 1/10 of the body tempering pill. But most importantly, the 6 Treasures Body Tempering Liquid was easier to absorb than the body tempering pill. An ordinary body tempering stage martial artist, even with the help of the Thunder Fire Pill, would still need 10 days to absorb the medicinal effect of a single body tempering pill. But a portion of the 6 Treasures Body Tempering Liquid, with the help of the Thunder Fire Pill, would only need half a day to completely absorb the medicinal effect. In other words, compared to consuming the body tempering pill, using the 6 Treasures Body Tempering Liquid to assist in cultivation would double the cultivation speed of a body tempering stage martial artist. Guessed you aren't joking, right? After hearing about the medicinal effect of the 6 Treasures Body Tempering Liquid, the shopkeeper was stunned. To him, this was simply too unimaginable. If it was really as the guest in front of him said, then wouldn't the 6 Treasures Body Tempering Liquid completely replace the body tempering pill in the market? "Shopkeeper, if you aren't interested, I can find another store." Duan Lingtian smiled faintly, with an expression that said, "I won't force you." The shopkeeper hesitated for a moment. Looking at the Li family emblem on Duan Lingtian's clothes, he clenched his teeth and said, "Guest, I'll first take 10 portions from you and sell them to see the effect. How about it?" "Of course." Duan Lingtian nodded and took out 10 portions of the 6 Treasures Body Tempering Liquid and handed them to the shopkeeper. "Guest, how much is a suitable price for one portion?" The shopkeeper asked. "How much is the current market price of a body tempering pill?" Duan Lingtian asked. The current market price of a body-tempering pill is 100 taels of silver. For a body-tempering pill, the main reason is that the medicinal herbs required are relatively precious. The cost is estimated to be 80 taels of silver. The shopkeeper said, 100 taels of silver for a body-tempering pill? Shopkeeper, I'll sell these 10 portions of 6 treasures body-tempering liquid for 110 taels of silver each. How about it? Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he set the price, 110 taels. The shopkeeper's pupils constricted. After all, the medicinal effect of one portion of 6 treasures body-tempering liquid was only 1/10 of a body-tempering pill. Kerr was also shocked. She knew the value of the medicinal herbs required to concoct the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid. The medicinal herbs required to concoct one portion of 6 treasures body-tempering liquid were not even worth 1 tael of silver. It was simply a small capital and a huge profit. Shopkeeper, help me sell the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid. I only have one request, and that is to not let anyone know that I entrusted you to sell it. After giving the shopkeeper a deep glance, Duan Lingtian left with Kerr. The medicinal effect of 10 portions of 6 treasures body-tempering liquid is only equivalent to the medicinal effect of one body-tempering pill. It costs 1,100 taels of silver. The medicinal effect is the same as a body-tempering pill, but the price is 11 times that of a body-tempering pill. The shopkeeper's gaze was complicated as he watched the young man and young woman leave from afar. After Duan Lingtian and Kerr left the medicine store, they did not return to the Li family mansion. Instead, they went to buy 2 horses and headed out of Aurora City. Their destination, Misty Forest. After exiting the North City Gate, the young man and young woman galloped on their horses. Young master, you set the price of the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid so high, would anyone buy it? On the way, the young woman curiously asked. Kerr, let me ask you, if you had 100,000 taels of silver, would you buy a body-tempering pill or 6 treasures body-tempering liquid for yourself? Duan Lingtian did not directly answer the young woman's question, but instead asked this question. 6 treasures body-tempering liquid. The young woman almost did not think as she directly answered. Although the price of the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid was 10 times that of a body-tempering pill, the speed at which the medicinal effect was absorbed was far more than twice that of a body-tempering pill. Using the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid to assist one's cultivation speed was an entire 2 times faster than using a body-tempering pill. The young woman understood. However, she still had a question in her heart. Young master, you set the price of the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid so high. I'm afraid not many people would be able to afford it, right? The young woman asked again. I know. Duan Lingtian nodded. The young woman was even more puzzled. Kerr, think about it, if I set the price of the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid lower than the body-tempering pill, would anyone still buy the body-tempering pill? At that time, not to mention that the body-tempering pill market would be affected, it would cause a series of adverse effects. Even I don't have that much time to concoct the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid, so we'll only focus on the high-end market. As for those people who are unwilling to buy the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid, let them continue to buy the body-tempering pill. Duan Lingtian explained. Young master, you're really smart. The young woman suddenly understood. Kerr, once we enter the Misty Forest, no matter what happens, you must not leave my line of sight. Duan Lingtian's expression became serious. Yes. The young woman hurriedly nodded. After galloping for 3 hours, Duan Lingtian finally saw the Misty Forest. The Misty Forest was a primeval forest north of Aurora City. It was located in the middle of the 3 cities, including Aurora City. Usually, there would be many martial artists from the 3 cities who would enter this primeval forest to hunt wild beasts and fierce beasts. The outer perimeter of the Misty Forest was filled with fierce beasts. Once one entered the inner perimeter, one would be able to encounter powerful fierce beasts. Fierce beasts couldn't be compared to wild beasts. Due to certain reasons, they had already started to demonize and mutate, and their strength was extremely terrifying. Among these fierce beasts, the weaker ones were comparable to core formation martial artists, and the stronger ones were even comparable to origin core martial artists. Body-tempering martial artists could only wander around the outer perimeter and hunt wild beasts. Duan Lingtian came to the Misty Forest for 2 purposes. Firstly, to earn money. Secondly, to train Kerr. Within the misty forest, there were some powerful wild beasts whose fur and body parts were worth a lot of money. For example, hunting an adult rhinoceros. The rhinoceros's hide was thick, and its leather could be sold to weapon shops to forge armor and similar defensive equipment. The rhinoceros's penis was also a great tonic for men, and could be sold to medicine shops. The two added together would be worth more than 300 taels of silver. Moreover, an adult rhinoceros couldn't be considered to be the fiercest and most valuable wild beast in the outer perimeter of the misty forest. Duan Lingtian's goal was to hunt tigers, leopards, jackals, and wolves, powerful wild beasts that stood at the top of the food chain. Only by hunting these wild beasts would he be able to earn large amounts of silver and allow Kerr to train. Although Kerr's cultivation was at the 8th level of the body tempering stage and she had sparred with him many times, she had never experienced a life and death battle. As far as Duan Lingtian was concerned, if a martial artist wanted to become strong, they had to go through the test of blood and fire. Just like the weapon kings in his previous life. In his previous life, he knew many weapon kings, and every single one of them was an existence that walked out from a rain of bullets, a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Maybe their strength was inferior to the current Kerr. But once a life and death battle occurred, the one to die would definitely not be them. To Duan Lingtian in this world besides his mother Li Ro, Kerr was the closest person to him. He hoped that Kerr would have the strength to protect herself. It was impossible for him to always be by her side. After settling down the two horses outside the misty forest, Duan Lingtian brought the young girl into the misty forest. Spirit serpent movement technique. Duan Lingtian took the lead. Rippling subtle steps. The young girl followed closely behind. After a month of cultivation, the young girl's movement technique had also been cultivated to the rudimentary stage, and was not far from the initial stage. Very quickly, Duan Lingtian and the young girl encountered their prey. Adult wolves. A total of 10. An adult wolf's strength was comparable to a martial artist at the 6th level of the body tempering stage. Of course, the most terrifying part was its sharp teeth. Chapter 47. Kerr, I'll go to the front and attract their attention. I'll take care of the 7 in front. You attack from the back and take care of the 3 in the back. Duan Lingtian flashed out as he smiled at the young girl. Spirit snake body technique. He directly crossed to the vicinity of the wild wolves, attracting the attention of 10 wild wolves. The girl's delicate body slightly trembled. She bit her teeth and took a deep breath, suppressing the fear in her heart. She flew out and touched the back of the 10 wolves. Sword drawing technique. Duan Lingtian moved. Xiao. A purple sword light flashed. Puchi. A wild wolf howled and fell to the ground with a loud thud, its blood gushing out like a pillar. The smell of blood made the eyes of the remaining 9 wolves as red as blood. They roared and charged towards Duan Lingtian. The 6 wolves at the front bared their fangs and brandished their claws. They took the lead and pounced towards Duan Lingtian. Spirit snake body technique. Duan Lingtian's body was as tough as a spirit snake. His feet moved quickly and skillfully dodged the attacks of the wolves. It was as if he was playing with them. Every time the purple meteorite soft sword swept out, it would take the life of a wolf. In a short while, all the wolves that pounced towards him were dead. On the other side, the girl finally gathered her courage and blocked the 3 wolves behind her. Sword drawing technique. Xiao. A purple sword light flashed. Immediately, the throat of a wolf that pounced towards her was torn apart. Hot wolf blood splattered all over her face. The pungent smell of blood made the girl's stomach churn. Be careful. Seeing the other 2 wolves pouncing towards the girl was scared stiff. Duan Lingtian moved. Xiao. With just one sword, the 2 wolves were killed. The girl could no longer hold it in. She vomited everything she ate in the morning. Her face was pale. Suddenly, as if he sensed something, Duan Lingtian's expression changed. Go. Without the slightest hesitation, Duan Lingtian stretched out his hand to embrace the young girl before flashing towards a nearby large tree. Spirit snake body technique. Like a spirit snake, he coiled around the tree and stood on top of it. Ower. At this moment, a few more waves of wolves came near the corpses of the 10 wolves. The number of wolves was still slowly increasing. The howls of the wolves were filled with anger. Looking at the dense pack of wolves near the tree, Duan Lingtian's scalp went numb. Holding the girl, he jumped onto another tree, using the branches of the trees as he moved forward. Suddenly, the sound of an eagle's cry. Duan Lingtian abruptly raised his head, and he could vaguely see a black figure swooping down from the horizon. Their target was him and Ku Er. Not good. Duan Lingtian's expression changed. Ke, are you feeling better? Then he looked at the girl in his arms. The girl nodded. Then stand here and don't move. After putting down the young girl, Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold. Spirit Snake using the branches of the big tree as the ground, he used the force to fly up and meet the black shadow that was swooping down. The eagle's cry was getting closer and closer. The black goshawk spread its wings like the clouds. Its eyes revealed a fierce look as it swooped towards Duan Lingtian. Its pair of sharp claws flickered under the scorching sun. Die! Duan Lingtian's heart was as heavy as water. His gaze was cold. He stared at the goshawk's sharp claws. Sword drawing technique. Xiu! The purple meteorite soft sword flew out without holding back. The ear-piercing cry of the goshawk was mixed with a bit of mournfulness. Damn it, its speed is so fast. Duan Lingtian's eyes revealed surprise. He flew towards the goshawk's purple meteorite soft sword, but in the end, he only managed to cut off one of the goshawk's claws. Whoosh! The goshawk was injured and went crazy. It flapped its wings and flew over. Even though Duan Lingtian had stabbed the purple meteorite soft sword into its chest, before it died, it used its right wing to flap towards Duan Lingtian, creating an ear-piercing sound of wind. Greater teleportation. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian activated his defensive skill. Bang! The enormous wing slapped onto Duan Lingtian's chest. Duan Lingtian's body trembled. He felt something sweet in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. Although greater teleportation blocked most of the force and teleported the goshawk far away, Duan Lingtian's internal organs were still slightly injured from the shock. This goshawk's strength isn't inferior to mine. It's only a little bit away from being comparable to a 9th-level body-tempering martial artist. Duan Lingtian had a lingering fear in his heart. Young master, are you alright? The young girl had recovered quite a bit. She stepped on the branches and flashed over to Duan Lingtian's side. Young master, you're injured. When she saw the trace of blood at the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth, the young girl's face went pale. I'm fine, it's only a small injury. Duan Lingtian shook his head. His heart slightly shook. Human martial artists needed to increase the level of their martial skills in order to be able to exert more of their strength. Whereas a bird of prey like the goshawk that stood at the top of the food chain survived in nature, and had long since honed its ability to exert its full strength. Tearing tigers and leopards apart, and capturing enormous pythons was nothing difficult. In terms of strength, the goshawk's attack on Duan Lingtian earlier was not inferior to an 8th-level body-tempering martial artist executing a high-grade profound rank martial skill at the mastery stage. Luckily, Duan Lingtian killed it in time, causing it to be unable to continue. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian would surely be heavily injured. Young master, it's all because Ke is useless. The young girl's eyes were filled with tears. What are you talking about? My Ke is very brave. She killed a wild wolf on her first attack. Take your time, there's no rush. Duan Lingtian consoled her. The young girl lightly nodded, a resolute expression appearing in her beautiful eyes. After consuming a grade 9 gold injury pill, Duan Lingtian brought Ke and continued to fumble forward on the ground. When they left the Fresh Breeze Town Branchley family, Grand Elder Li Hua gave Duan Lingtian many grade 9 gold injury pills. Along the way, Duan Lingtian noticed that the young girl seemed to have completed a transformation overnight. Even when she killed tigers and leopards, her expression only changed slightly and she didn't vomit like before. The young girl's strength caused Duan Lingtian to feel gratified and distressed at the same time. Young master, there's a huge fog over there. The young girl looked ahead. The forest a few hundred meters away was enveloped by white fog, as if it was covered by a mysterious veil. The Misty Forest was named after this. That should be the inner area of the Misty Forest, the place where fierce beasts roam. Ke, it's about time for today. Let's go back first and come back tomorrow. Duan Lingtian and the young girl took their spoils of war and returned the way they came. When they passed by the place where the wolves were killed, they discovered that the corpses were nowhere to be seen, leaving only dried wolf blood. They should have been disposed of by the wolves. Riding their horses back, the golden couple returned to Aurora City. By the time they returned, the sun was already setting in the west. After selling their spoils of war in Aurora City and exchanging them for more than 1,300 taels of silver, the young boy and girl returned to the Li family's mansion. The house was right in front of them. Duan Lingtian. A stern shout came from behind him. Duan Lingtian stopped in his tracks. He recognized the owner of the voice, Li Xiao. He didn't expect that Li Xiao would still dare to come and find him. Slowly turning around, Duan Lingtian saw Duan Lingtian. Li Xiao was standing in the distance. Beside him stood another young boy of about 18 years old. The young boy's appearance was somewhat similar to Li Xiao's. "Brother, he is Duan Lingtian. You must help me teach him a lesson," Li Xiao said to the young boy beside him. Hearing this, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he guessed who this person was. He heard from Li Shishir that Li Xiao had an older brother, who became an inner court disciple a year ago during the clan's martial gathering. Li Zhong, 18 years old this year, stepped into the core condensation stage 3 months ago. Calling you a piece of trash is not wrong at all. Now look at you, you can't even beat a little kid. Don't you feel ashamed? Li Zhong didn't give any face to his younger brother. Li Xiao could only awkwardly smile. "You're the one who hit my brother?" Li Zhong coldly stared at Duan Lingtian as he spoke condescendingly. "If he says so, then so be it." Duan Lingtian shrugged his shoulders. "Although Li Xiao is a trash, he is still my Li Zhong's younger brother. If you hit him, I will also lose face. Shouldn't you give me an explanation?" Li Zhong sneered. In his heart, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. He heard from his younger brother Li Xiao that even the outer court's top 3, Li 1, wasn't a match for this youth. This youth seemed to be only 16 years old. The Li family had a 16-year-old 8th-level body tempering disciple. But there was no one who could defeat Li 1. If I'm not wrong, as an 18-year-old inner court disciple, you will also participate in the clan martial gathering in half a month. If you want to help your brother teach me a lesson, you don't have to be in such a hurry. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he spoke indifferently. The Li family's clan martial gathering was the stage for the younger generation. All the Li family disciples between the ages of 16 and 18, no matter if they were inner court disciples or outer court disciples, would participate. "Brother, don't listen to him. He's deliberately stalling for time," Li Xiao hurriedly said. "That's right, I'm stalling for time. I admit that I'm not as good as you now, but in half a month, it's still unknown who will win." Duan Lingtian was very straightforward as he stared at Li Zhong as he spoke slowly. "Interesting, really interesting. 8th level body tempering stage. In half a month, you'll at most break through to the 9th level of the body tempering stage. I want to see how you'll be able to compete with me in half a month." Li Zhong's eyes narrowed into a line as he laughed disdainfully before turning around and leaving. "Brother." Li Xiao was anxious. Seeing Duan Lingtian's fierce gaze sweep over, Li Xiao's expression changed as he hurriedly left with Li Zhong. This Li Zhong is just as Li Shishir said. A martial arts fanatic. Duan Lingtian smiled indifferently. "Young master, how did you know?" The young girl beside him asked. Our Kerr is as beautiful as a flower, but he actually didn't give her a second glance. If he's not a martial arts fanatic, then what is he? Duan Lingtian laughed loudly. "Young master, you're making fun of me again." The young girl's face instantly flushed red. "All right, let's go back. Don't let mom wait too long." When Duan Lingtian and the young girl returned home to rest, Aurora City's trade market. The martial meet of the 3 great clans is approaching, and all the body tempering pills have been swept clean. What bad luck. While muttering to himself, a youth around the age of 16 in embroidered clothes walked into the medicine store under the escort of 2 middle-aged guards. "Young Master Xiao." The shopkeeper's face was filled with smiles when he saw the person who had arrived. There were 3 colossi in Aurora City: the Li clan, the Lin clan, and the Xiao clan. He recognized the person who had arrived as the youngest son of the Xiao clan's patriarch. "Shopkeeper." Give me 3 sets of the materials needed to refine the body-tempering pill. The youth in embroidered clothes said to the shopkeeper. Young Master Xiao, I have a new batch of medicinal liquid here. It has the same effect as the body-tempering pill, but the speed of increasing cultivation is twice as fast. Are you interested? Chapter 48. That night, after eating and drinking to his heart's content, Duan Lingtian returned to his room. He poured the 7 treasures body-tempering liquid into the bathtub, took off his clothes, and sat inside before closing his eyes and starting to cultivate. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, spirit serpent form. Greedily absorbing the medicinal strength of the 7 treasures body-tempering liquid, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel the vital energy and blood in his body slowly strengthening, and his body was undergoing a transformation. When the 7 treasures body-tempering liquid was completely absorbed, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes. What's going on? I haven't been able to break through until now. Frowning, Duan Lingtian had a puzzled expression. In the past half-month, every time he absorbed the medicinal strength of the 7 treasures body-tempering liquid, he could feel his body transforming. However, every time he felt like he was about to break through, he was unable to break through. Could it be related to the spirit serpent form's mental cultivation method? Under his curiosity, Duan Lingtian searched through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. Soon he obtained the answer. F***K. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but curse. So it turned out that the madman Emperor Wu added something to the first form of the 9 dragons war sovereign technique, the spirit serpent form, according to his theory. When the spirit serpent form is cultivated to the 9th level of the body tempering stage, the body alone possesses the strength of 3 ancient mammoths. The strength of 3 ancient mammoths is equivalent to a strength of 30,000 pounds. Duan Lingtian was currently at the 8th level of the body tempering stage, and possessed a strength of 7,000 pounds. Compared to an ordinary 8th level body tempering stage martial artist, it was only 2,000 pounds more. At the 9th level of the body tempering stage, he possessed a strength of 30,000 pounds. An ordinary 9th level body tempering stage martial artist only possessed a strength of 10,000 pounds. In other words, when he breaks through to the 9th level of the body tempering stage, his strength will be 3 times that of an ordinary 9th level body tempering stage martial artist. The strength of 3 ancient mammoths. An ordinary martial artist can only possess such a formidable strength when they are at the 2nd level of the core formation stage by relying on their body and origin energy. No wonder I haven't been able to break through. So it's all because of the uniqueness of the spirit serpent form in the 9 dragons war sovereign technique. It's precisely because of the spirit serpent form that the 7 treasures body tempering liquid has always been stimulating the potential of my fleshly body, and it laid the foundation for me to possess the strength of 3 ancient mammoths when I break through to the 9th level of the body tempering stage. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. When will I be able to endure these days? Once he made it to the top, he would be really awesome. The next morning, as soon as he walked out of the room, Duan Lingtian found that his mother, Li Ro, had prepared a sumptuous breakfast. Mother, is there any good news? Duan Lingtian was a little surprised. Tian, looks like you really need Kerr to protect you. Kerr broke through to the 9th level of the body tempering stage last night. Li Ro blinked her beautiful eyes and teased. Really? Duan Lingtian was shocked. Young master. At this moment, Kerr slowly walked out of her room. After a night, the slim and graceful young girl seemed to have added a bit of charm to her. Kerr, looks like I really need you to protect me in the future. Duan Lingtian smiled tenderly. Kerr's breakthrough was within Duan Lingtian's expectations. With the assistance of the 7 treasures body tempering liquid and the thunder flame pill, with Kerr's natural talent, breaking through now wasn't surprising. After all, Frost's God Sword technique wasn't as abnormal as the 9 dragons war sovereign technique. After eating breakfast, Duan Lingtian informed his mother, Li Ro, and left the Li family estate with Kerr. This time he planned to spend the night in the misty forest with Kerr and stay for a few days. Properly temper. If only I'd discovered the uniqueness of the 9 dragons war sovereign technique spirit serpent form earlier. To think that I even made a solemn vow yesterday to challenge Li Zhong to a battle during the clan martial meet half a month from now. On the way to the misty forest, Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly in his heart. He originally thought that he would definitely be able to break through to the 9th level of the body tempering stage before the clan martial meet. At that time, in his opinion, breaking through to the 9th level of the body tempering stage would allow him to possess a strength of close to 15,000 pounds, which was equivalent to the strength of 1.5 ancient mammoths. Compared to Li Zhong, who was at the 1st level of the core formation stage, it would only be a few thousand pounds less. If he could catch Li Zhong off guard, relying on the sword drawing arts, he might be able to defeat him. But now, the 9th level of the body tempering stage was far away. Even with the assistance of the 7 treasures body tempering liquid, it would at least take close to half a year to accumulate enough strength for his body to possess the strength of 3 ancient mammoths. Don't be pretentious, or you'll be struck by lightning. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. This time he had really shot himself in the foot. Young master, what lightning strike? The young girl looked over curiously. No, nothing. Duan Lingtian smiled embarrassedly. Entering the misty forest this time was different from the last time. Everything seemed to be a walk in the park. They hunted wild beasts along the way. As the sun set in the west, Duan Lingtian and Kerr arrived near the inner area of the misty forest. The wild beasts in this area were already extremely fierce. If it wasn't for Kerr breaking through to the 9th level of the body tempering stage, Duan Lingtian wouldn't dare to bring Kerr so deep into this area. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Sword Drawing Arts. Duan Lingtian moved like a spirit serpent. The violet meteorite flexible sword was like a venomous serpent flicking its tongue. Every time it flashed out, a wild beast would die. Rippling subtle steps. Compared to Duan Lingtian's strange movements, Kerr's movements were much more graceful. That night, Duan Lingtian and Kerr spent the night in the open in the misty forest. As a former outstanding weapons specialist, sleeping in the open was a common occurrence for Duan Lingtian. However, Kerr was a little different. She was restless until it was late at night. She listened to Duan Lingtian's story and fell asleep. Sitting on the trunk of a large tree and looking at the young girl sleeping soundly, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a smile. Maybe this kind of life wasn't bad. Early in the morning the next day, Duan Lingtian heard a burst of noise. 7 people, 5 boys and 2 girls came from afar. These people weren't very old, only 17 or 18 years old. They also noticed Duan Lingtian and Kerr and were slightly surprised. They didn't expect that there would be people younger than them who dared to spend the night in the misty forest. Moreover, there were only 2 people. The gazes of the 5 youths fell on Kerr, revealing a burning gaze. When the 2 girls looked at Kerr, their eyes revealed a trace of jealousy. Should we ask them for help? When the 7 of them arrived near Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian, a tall youth asked his companion, "Are you crazy? If there are 2 more people, wouldn't that mean we have to split 2 more portions? It's just a black python. If the 7 of us work together, it's more than enough to kill it." Another short and fat youth frowned. "That's right. If you're scared, you don't have to go. The 6 of us can split it." The girl with heavy makeup and revealing clothes also said. The tall youth was silent. The 7 people walked past Duan Lingtian and Kerr and headed in the other direction. Black python. Duan Lingtian's eyes focused. He searched through the memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara. Black pythons were ferocious beasts that evolved from wild beasts. Their strength was comparable to a core formation martial artist. It was said that where black pythons lived, there would usually be treasures born from the spirit energy of heaven and earth, rare herbs, rare minerals or spirit fruits. Kerr, let's follow them and take a look. With a burning desire in his heart, Duan Lingtian brought Kerr and followed the 7 people from afar. Before long, the 7 people entered the inner area of Misty Forest. The inner area of Misty Forest was shrouded in white mist all year round, causing the entire forest to seem like an enormous maze. After entering the inner area of Misty Forest, the silhouettes of the 7 people gradually became thinner. Shit, I lost them. After a short moment, Duan Lingtian, who continued walking forward, frowned. Bang! Just at this moment, a loud sound came from not far to the left. Duan Lingtian and Kerr quietly went over. They saw an enormous multicolored tiger fighting with the 7 people from before in an open space. The multicolored tiger's body was enormous, far surpassing an ordinary wild tiger. Its strength was comparable to a first-level core formation martial artist, and it was extremely ferocious. 4 ninth-level body-tempering martial artists. No wonder they dared to kill the black python. Looking at the ancient mammoth silhouettes above the heads of the 3 youths and 1 young girl from afar, Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. In the end, with one of the 9th-level body-tempering martial artists being injured as the price, the 7 of them finally killed the multicolored tiger. After collecting the valuable fur and parts from the multicolored tiger, the 7 of them continued forward. Duan Lingtian and Kerr followed from afar. Finally, in front of a secluded cave, the 7 of them stopped. The black python is inside? Duan Lingtian brought Kerr to hide in a nearby large tree and looked from afar. Before long, Duan Lingtian saw amongst the 7 people. One of them threw a stone into the cave. Instantly, an enormous figure flashed out of the cave. It was precisely an enormous python that was completely black like ink. The black python was over 10 meters long. Its eyes were icy cold and sharp, and its tongue flicked out like lightning. Go! Instantly, the 7 people's figures moved, flashing towards the black python and attacking with all their strength. Whoosh! The black python moved as well. It seemed to have transformed into a black bolt of lightning as its tail whipped out, sending one of the youths flying. The youth fell to the ground and fainted. Not good, this black python isn't as simple as being at the first level of the core formation stage. Suddenly the tall youth roared. Wang Dong, stab its weak point. The young girl with heavy makeup looked towards the sword-wielding youth and shouted in a delicate voice. You guys keep it busy. The sword-wielding youth shouted in a low voice and started to look for an opportunity. However, the black python's speed wasn't something they could keep up with before long. Another youth had his head bitten off by the black python's bloody mouth. The scene was extremely bloody. Seeing this scene, Duan Lingtian's expression didn't change. However, Kerr, who was beside him, had a deathly pale expression and her delicate body trembled. Young master, should we help them? Kerr's eyes revealed a trace of pity. If we go up, they might not be willing. They might even think that we want a share of the loot. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Before long, under the desperate assistance of the remaining 5 people, the sword-wielding youth finally stabbed his sword into the black python's weak point. However, he seemed to have missed. Bang! The black python went completely berserk. The remaining 5 people were either bitten to death or sent flying by the python's tail. Only when the last person was no longer breathing did the black python's huge body crash to the ground. Its eyes revealed a trace of sadness. Whoosh! Whoosh! Duan Lingtian landed with Kerr, waiting to reap the benefits. At this moment, Duan Lingtian saw the black python. The black python raised its head and looked at him. Its sharp eyes revealed a hint of pleading. Duan Lingtian was stunned. Suddenly, the black python raised its head and shook it towards the cave behind it, as if it was pleading for something. Only when they entered the cave did Duan Lingtian understand what the black python was pleading for. In the cave, besides 3 spirit fruits hanging on 2 peculiar plants, there were also 2 slightly cracked snake eggs that could hatch at any time. Of the 3 spirit fruits, 2 small ones were the same, while the other large one was slightly different. This is the dark spiritual fruit. A memory of Emperor Wu of Samsara flashed across his mind. Chapter 49. The dark spirit fruit was something that even reincarnation Emperor Wu had only heard of but never seen. From this, it could be seen how rare and precious the dark spirit fruit was. When consumed by an ordinary person, the dark spirit fruit could instantly complete tempering and step into the 9th level of the body tempering stage within 3 months. It was simply heaven-defying. Because of the uniqueness of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique Spirit Serpent form, I've been unable to break through to the 9th level of the body tempering stage for a long time. Maybe this dark spirit fruit will be my turning point. Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian slowly suppressed the excitement in his heart. He never imagined that his luck would be so good. This pleasant surprise was too great. As for the other 2 dark violet spirit fruits, they were also extremely rare spirit fruits. Violet horn fruit. It was a type of extremely poisonous spirit fruit. When consumed by humans, they would instantly die. But if consumed by poisonous fierce beasts, it would be a great supplement. Young master, let's adopt them. Unknowingly, Kerr picked up the 2 fist-sized python eggs and looked at Duan Lingtian with a face full of anticipation. Their mother is dead as well, so let's bring them back together. Duan Lingtian nodded. The violet horn fruit was obviously ripe, but the black python had not consumed it yet. It must have been planning to leave it for its 2 children. After picking the violet horn fruit and dark spirit fruit, Duan Lingtian and Kerr left the cave. Kerr's gaze never left the 2 python eggs in her hand. Her clear eyes filled with the radiance of motherhood. Kerr, wait for me in front. After speaking to Kerr, Duan Lingtian arrived before an unconscious youth. His keen intuition felt the killing intent suppressed on the youth's body. Killing intent aimed at him. Stop pretending your breathing betrayed you. Duan Lingtian spoke in a low voice, and at the instant the youth opened his eyes in terror, the violet meteorite flexible sword silently pierced into his heart. At the beginning, Duan Lingtian didn't know that they would encounter such an incident. So, he and Kerr didn't change out of their clothes that were marked with the Li family emblem. Now, only the death of this person could prevent future troubles. As a former iron-blooded soldier, Duan Lingtian knew how sinister people could be. On top of that, the other party was already filled with killing intent. After circling around, Duan Lingtian discovered that 4 out of the 7 people had been killed by the black python. Including the one he had killed, there were still 2 others who were still alive. 2 faint killing intents were faintly discernible. It was obvious that they had all woken up, but they all pretended not to. In the quiet environment, Duan Lingtian's ears moved slightly, and he could clearly hear their nervous and rapid breathing. Another 2 swords pierced his heart. After dealing with the 2 of them, Duan Lingtian collected the more valuable spoils of war from their bodies. After taking another look at the black python's body, Duan Lingtian gave up on the idea of dissecting it. He slowly walked away and followed Kerr. Half an hour later, the short and fat boy, who was supposed to have his heart pierced by the Duan Lingtian, shuddered and struggled to open his eyes. He took out a pill and swallowed it with difficulty. Time passed. The blood from the short and fat boy's chest finally stopped. Li family. Aurora City's Li family. You probably never would have thought that my heart was naturally biased. The short and fat boy struggled to sit up, his face extremely gloomy. Because his heart was biased, he was spared. Suddenly, as if he had noticed something, the short and fat boy's face changed greatly and he hurriedly fled. After he fled, a huge figure which was 1,000 meters away, suddenly descended and let out a strange and angry roar. Aurora City, Xiao family estate. In a spacious and luxurious courtyard, a young man in embroidered clothes stepped out with an anxious expression. That 6 treasures body tempering liquid is simply a divine item. With my current cultivation, I would need at least 5 days to break through after taking a body tempering pill. If I use this 6 treasures body tempering liquid to bathe, I will break through in only 2 days. The young man in embroidered clothes left the Xiao family estate with 2 middle-aged guards and arrived at the trade market. Shopkeeper, give me another 100 portions of 6 treasures body tempering liquid. The young man in embroidered clothes walked into the medicine store and went straight to the point. When the shopkeeper of the medicine store saw that the young man in embroidered clothes had come in a hurry, he thought that the 6 treasures body tempering liquid was useless and that the young man had come to ruin his reputation. However, he didn't expect that the first thing the young man said was this. 100 portions? The shopkeeper's heart trembled. Young Master Xiao, I'm afraid I can't do it today. I haven't restocked yet. How about 2 days later? The shopkeeper smiled bitterly. I really don't know what you're thinking. Such a good medicinal liquid and you don't want to restock it. This is a deposit of 5,000 taels. I'll come get the goods in 2 days. The young man in embroidered clothes frowned, put down the 5,000 taels of silver, and left in large strides. 2 days. The shopkeeper had a distressed expression. He had just casually said it, as he didn't know when that Li clan youth would come again. Now he was somewhat regretful. If he had known earlier, he would have asked the young man for more 6 treasures body tempering liquid. Shopkeeper, what's the matter? Why are you so distressed? Just at this moment, a voice sounded out. The shopkeeper's eyes were bright, as if he had seen his savior, and he walked over in large strides. The person who had arrived was precisely Duan Lingtian. After leaving the black python's nest, He and Kerr returned to Aurora City. First, they went to deal with the spoils of war from this trip, exchanging them for over 3,000 taels of silver. Then, on a whim, he wanted to know how the Six Treasures body-tempering liquid was selling, so he came to the medicine store. "Shopkeeper, what are you?" Duan Lingtian looked at the shopkeeper, who had slightly lost his composure, with a puzzled expression. "Customer, the Six Treasures body-tempering liquid you consigned in my store has been sold." The shopkeeper was slightly excited as he took out 1,000 taels of silver and handed it to Duan Lingtian. "Shopkeeper, do you still want more?" Duan Lingtian asked with a slight smile. Yes. I want as much as you have," the shopkeeper hurriedly said, deeply afraid that Duan Lingtian would stop the supply. "Do you have an empty room here?" Duan Lingtian asked the shopkeeper. "Yes, do you need it?" The shopkeeper was stunned. "Yes, I plan to concoct the medicinal liquid here in the future." Duan Lingtian nodded. "Customer, did you concoct the Six Treasures body-tempering liquid?" The shopkeeper's pupils shrank, extremely surprised. "It's just a medicinal liquid, is there a need to make such a fuss?" Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. The shopkeeper's mouth twitched, wondering if the youngster in front of him was doing it on purpose. A medicinal liquid that could completely overpower the body-tempering pill. Was that an ordinary medicinal liquid? "Since we're here today, prepare some more medicinal herbs for me. I'll concoct some for you first." According to Duan Lingtian's request, the shopkeeper quickly prepared everything. Looking at the large pile of cheap medicinal herbs in front of him, then glancing at the large vat in the room, the shopkeeper's mouth trembled. According to this ratio, the cost of concocting the Six Treasures body-tempering liquid was almost negligible. If this large vat was filled, there would be at least 2,000 portions of Six Treasures body-tempering liquid, right? When Duan Lingtian and Kerr were preparing to disassemble the medicinal herbs, the shopkeeper suppressed the excitement in his heart and consciously withdrew from the small enclosed room, closing the door behind him. With Kerr's help, after spending an hour, Duan Lingtian finally concocted a large vat of Six Treasures body-tempering liquid. He walked out of the small room and returned to the medicine store. "Shopkeeper, I'll have to trouble you to divide the Six Treasures body-tempering liquid into portions." Duan Lingtian smiled faintly at the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper went into the small room for a while, then came out again, his face flushed red. "Honorable customer, that vat of Six Treasures body-tempering liquid has at least 2,000 portions. How about this? I'll pay you 2,000 portions of silver first, and you'll refund the excess and make up for the deficiency. How about it?" the shopkeeper asked. "Sure. As for the cost of the medicinal herbs, you can deduct it from the extra portion in the future." Duan Lingtian nodded and received the silver notes handed over by the shopkeeper. The 200,000 silver notes felt heavy in his hand. "No need, those medicinal herbs don't even add up to 1,000 silver. Just treat it as my gift to you." The shopkeeper was very tactful. If it was before, someone would have told the shopkeeper. Medicinal herbs that cost less than 1,000 silver could be concocted into a liquid that was worth 220,000 silver. Even if you beat him to death, he wouldn't believe it. But now the facts were in front of him, and he had no choice but to believe it. "Shopkeeper, since you're so straightforward, I won't be polite. How about this? You can appropriately raise the price of the Six Treasures body-tempering liquid. My bottom line is, I'll take 80 and you take 20. Duan Lingtian gave the shopkeeper a deep look. "Thank you, customer." The shopkeeper took a deep breath. He knew that since this customer had relented, he could naturally raise the price of the Six Treasures body-tempering liquid. "That's right, before the end of our Li family's clan martial meet, I won't come again. Shopkeeper, you can't sell out the Six Treasures body-tempering liquid in a few days. The rarer something is, the more valuable it is. Shopkeeper, you're a smart person." After saying this to the shopkeeper, under the shopkeeper's astonished gaze, Duan Lingtian brought Kerr back to the Li family estate. "Young master, I didn't expect that money would be so easy to earn." Kerr's beautiful face was slightly red, and she was slightly excited. "Haha, Kerr, not everyone has the ability to earn money like your young master." Duan Lingtian laughed loudly. In the entire Cloud continent, probably only he and the Li family's grand elder, Li Hua, knew how to concoct the Six Treasures body-tempering liquid. Only he could concoct the 7 treasures body-tempering liquid. After returning home and greeting his mother, Li Ro, Duan Lingtian impatiently entered his room. He consumed the dark spirit fruit. Instantly, Duan Lingtian could feel a gentle and boundless medicinal strength fill his entire body. His vital energy and blood were rapidly strengthening, and his fleshly body was rapidly transforming. In the courtyard. Kerr, what eggs are these? Looking at the 2 python eggs that Kerr placed on the table, Li Ro asked curiously. Madam, these are black python eggs. Kerr smiled. Black python? Li Ro's gaze focused. Of course she knew about black pythons. They were bloodthirsty, fierce beasts. Kerr, what's going on? Li Ro asked. Kerr obediently told her everything that happened with Duan Lingtian. So you've gotten a great deal. Li Ro smiled. Madam, young master didn't make a move to save them. Isn't that bad? Pursing her pink and pouty lips, Kerr blinked her beautiful eyes and looked at Li Ro. Although Kerr didn't say anything in front of Duan Lingtian, she still couldn't let it go. In her innocent world, she felt that she should have helped those boys and girls to kill the black python. Kerr, I don't think Tianer did anything wrong. Not to mention that the black python might hurt you, even if you really help them kill the black python. In order to get the treasure that the black python was guarding, they might even join forces to deal with you and Tianer. Li Ro persuaded patiently. She had more experience than Kerr and knew how sinister people could be. For treasures, family members could be found everywhere, let alone strangers. Yes, Kerr didn't think too much at that time. In the future, Kerr will listen to young master. Kerr nodded gently and gradually felt relieved. From this moment on, Kerr no longer doubted Duan Lingtian's decisions in the future. Chapter 50. Early in the morning, the sun rose from the east. Early in the morning, Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged on his bed, and continued cultivating and digesting the medicinal strength of the dark spirit fruit. After consuming the dark spirit fruit 2 days ago, up until now, Duan Lingtian had only digested 20% of the dark spirit fruit's medicinal strength. Even so, Duan Lingtian was still able to feel his vital energy, blood, and fleshly body undergo a great transformation. This feeling was extremely clear. I hope I can smoothly break through to the 9th level of the body tempering stage before the clan martial meet begins. With a thought in his heart, Duan Lingtian walked out of his room. Tian, I heard that the clan martial meet's registration has already started today, and will last for 3 days. After breakfast, bring Kerr to register first. During breakfast, Li Ro said to Duan Lingtian. Okay. After breakfast, Duan Lingtian brought the young girl and walked out of the house. Young master, I heard from big sister Shir that during the annual clan martial meet, the people ranked at the top are able to obtain many rewards. The young girl blinked her beautiful eyes as she slowly spoke. Oh, did she say what the rewards were? Duan Lingtian was slightly curious. Big sister Shir said that last year's number 1 was an inner court disciple who obtained a 300-year-old bloodlingji. Young master, a 300-year-old bloodlingji ought to be much more valuable than a 50-year-old bloodlingji, right? As the young girl finished speaking, she asked. A 300-year-old bloodlingji? Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted. Kuer. Let me put it this way. 50 grams of 50-year-old bloodlingji mushrooms are worth 1,000 taels of silver. A 200-year-old, 300-year-old bloodlingji mushroom is worth at least 100,000 taels of silver. Duan Lingtian knew the value of a 300-year-old bloodlingji through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. The bloodlingji sold in medicine stores were generally 50-year-old, and 100-year-old bloodlingji were rare. A 300-year-old bloodlingji. Just 1 tael was worth 100,000 taels of silver. Its value was comparable to 5 pounds of 50-year-old bloodlingji. A stock of 300-year-old bloodlingji weighed at least 2 taels, and was worth at least 200,000 taels of silver. If a 300-year-old bloodlingji mushroom was directly crushed and used, its medicinal effect would be equivalent to 5 pounds of 50-year-old bloodlingji mushroom. However, a normal person would need at least a year to fully digest the medicinal power of 5 kilograms of 50-year-old bloodlingji. The 300-year-old bloodlingji was different. It would take at most a month for the medicinal effects to be fully digested. If the former was a tractor, the latter would be a rocket. So expensive? The girl's cherry lips parted slightly, obviously frightened. If the reward this time is also a 300-year-old blood Lingji, Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat, and his eyes blazed. If that was the case, he was determined to win. If he had a 300-year-old blood Lingji, he would be able to concoct an even better medicinal liquid and rapidly increase the level of his defensive martial skills. Soon Duan Lingtian and Kerr arrived at the registration area. The crowd surged. After lining up for a while, Duan Lingtian heard some insider news. Let me tell you, in this year's clan martial meet, the top 10, besides being able to ascend to the 3rd floor of the martial scripture pavilion and choose a high-grade profound-level martial skill, will also receive 3 stalks of 100-year-old blood Lingji and 10,000 taels of silver, an outer courtyard disciple said mysteriously. There hasn't been any news yet, how do you know? Immediately, many people doubted his words. Hey, you guys don't know about this, right? My cousin's neighbor's daughter-in-law's nephew is an inner courtyard disciple, and he accidentally heard a few elders discussing this. The former smiled proudly. What are the rewards for the top 3? Another person asked. The top 3 are about the same as last year. Other than being able to ascend to the 3rd floor of the martial scripture pavilion and choose 2 high-grade profound-level martial skills, they will also receive a 200-year-old blood Lingji and 30,000 taels of silver. First place? First place, other than being able to choose 3 high-grade profound-level martial skills, they will also receive a 350-year-old blood Lingji and 100,000 taels of silver. Oh my god, a 350-year-old blood Lingji? Last year's reward for first place was a 300-year-old blood Lingji, which was already shocking enough. I didn't expect that the reward for first place this year would be even better. I heard that last year's clan martial meets champion Li Feng relied on a 300-year-old blood Lingji to cultivate a high-grade profound-level martial skill to the mastery stage in one go. Currently, within the clan, no disciple under the age of 20 can break through his defense without using a sharp weapon. Yeah, Li Feng is our Li family's rare genius, and he's only 19 this year. Hearing the discussions around him, Duan Lingtian's eyes slightly narrowed. A 350-year-old blood Lingji? If he was able to obtain it, if he concocted it into a medicinal liquid, it would be enough to help him, Kerr, and his mother's defensive martial skills all break through to the mastery stage. If I'm able to break through to the 9th level of the body tempering stage before the clan martial meet, obtaining first place in the clan martial meet isn't impossible. Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian made a decision in his heart. Fight it out. Break through with all his might. The clan martial meet was only limited to disciples between the ages of 16 and 18 from the Li family. Once they reached the age of 19, they would be considered to have left the category of youth and would be collectively referred to as youth. They would no longer be able to participate in the clan martial meet. According to Duan Lingtian's knowledge, within the inner court disciples, most of the 18-year-olds were at the 9th level of the body tempering stage, and there were also a few that had stepped into the core formation stage. Unless he broke through to the 9th level of the body tempering stage, it would be very difficult for him to compete with these people. Finally, it was Duan Lingtian and Kerr's turn. At the registration area, the two of them reported their names and each took a number plate. Duan Lingtian was number 77. Kerr was number 78. Aurora City's Li family had a population of close to 10,000, and there were close to 300 disciples between the ages of 16 and 18. Excluding a portion of the inner court disciples, there were also over 200 outer court disciples that met the requirements to register. In the first round of the clan martial meet, the inner court disciples had a bye. The outer court disciples would compete, and the top 30 would directly become inner court disciples. When the second round began, it would be a true battle between dragons and tigers. The final top 10, top 3, and even first place would be decided. They would obtain supreme glory and generous rewards. 10 days later was the first round of the clan martial meet. For the next 10 days, besides eating and sleeping, Duan Lingtian practically spent all his time cultivating the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique. Absorbing the 7 treasures body tempering liquid to the limit and desperately digesting the dark spirit fruit's medicinal strength. For the 350-year-old blood Lingji, Duan Lingtian was really going all out this time. The clan martial meet is tomorrow, but I still haven't broken through until now. Luckily, after the first round of the clan martial meet, There will be another 3 days before the second round. In the first round, with my current strength, entering the top 30 of the outer court disciples isn't difficult. Thinking up to here, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. During these 10 days, besides cultivating, Duan Lingtian had also heard some rumors from Kerr. The 6 treasures body-tempering liquid had become completely famous. It swept up a wave of excitement in Aurora City now. The most discussed topic among the outer court disciples of the Li family was the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid. If someone's parents bought the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid for them, it would attract the jealousy and envy of many outer court disciples. Along with the arrival of the clan martial meet of Aurora City's 3 great clans, the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid was in short supply. Those who didn't have much savings, even if they had to borrow money, they would still buy the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid for their children. The clan martial meet affected the lives of many people. If one couldn't become an inner court disciple before the age of 19, they were destined to be mediocre for the rest of their lives. As a parent, no one would wish for their children to walk on this path. Of course, the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid also allowed many 18-year-old outer court disciples to break through before the clan martial meet, increasing their chances of being promoted to inner court disciples. These obvious examples also caused the price of the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid to rise to 3,000 taels in the black market. A bunch of lunatics. After knowing all this, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but click his tongue. Luckily, he had already ordered the shopkeeper of the medicine store to keep it a secret. Otherwise, if people knew that the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid was concocted by him, he wouldn't be at peace. In a spacious courtyard of the Li family, whoosh! An incomparably swift figure stepped on a peculiar footwork as it flitted past, as if transforming into a gust of wind. The figure stopped and revealed itself. It was actually a youth around the age of 17. It was precisely Li Wan. Haha. Good. Yuan, your unfettered steps has finally stepped into the mastery stage. This way, besides Li Kuang, no one in the outer court can be your match. Even entering the top 10 of the clan martial meet isn't impossible. The middle-aged man standing at the side laughed. I will definitely enter the top 10 of the clan martial meet. If I can obtain 3 stalks of 100-year-old blood Lingji, my golden bell cover will be able to step into the mastery stage sooner. Li Wen's eyes flickered, incomparably confident. Very quickly, the figure of a tall and straight youth flashed within his mind. Duan Lingtian. Last time my movement technique was inferior to yours, allowing you to surpass me. This time my unfettered steps has been cultivated to the mastery stage. I will definitely defeat you and ruthlessly humiliate you. Unfettered steps was a middle-grade profound rank movement technique. When cultivated to the mastery stage, one's speed would not be inferior to Duan Lingtian's spirit serpent movement technique that was at the initial stage. In a slightly narrow courtyard, whoosh! A cold sword light accompanied by over 10 sword images flashed out, as if condensing into a sword net in the air, penetrating every opening and extremely swift. Clang! The 3-foot-long blade returned to its sheath. I finally stepped into the initial stage before the clan martial meet. The green-clothed girl stood still, a trace of a smile appearing on her charming face. Sure, you have to properly thank the person who passed this sword skill to you. A woman with a slightly pale complexion stood in front of the door, coughing twice as she slowly said, Mother, why did you come out? Your body isn't well, so stay in your room and don't go out. A trace of reproach appeared on Li Shirshir's face as she helped the woman into the room. In another courtyard. You really are a piece of trash. I passed the Howling Tiger Fist to you for so long, but you still haven't broken through to the mastery stage. Li Zhong looked at Li Xiao with a gloomy face. Brother, I'm sorry. Li Xiao lowered his head, not daring to refute. Zhong don't talk about your brother anymore. He has already worked very hard, but his talent is limited and is far inferior to yours. The middle-aged man standing at the side couldn't watch any longer and interrupted. Father, he was spoiled by you. Chapter 51. Tomorrow was the clan martial meet. That night, Duan Lingtian's house welcomed an uninvited guest. Thank you for giving me the sword technique. If not, I wouldn't have the confidence to enter the top 10 of the clan martial meet. Looking at the young man, Li Shishir gritted her teeth and said softly, "Top 10 of the clan martial meet? It seems that your accompanying sword has reached the small success stage." The young man was surprised by Li Shishir's ambition. Although Li Shishir's strength could be ranked in the top 3 of the outer courtyard. But this time, the top 10 of the clan martial meet would have to compete with many of the inner courtyard disciples. Wanting to enter the top 10 was not easy. Yes. Li Shishir nodded her head. If you really want to thank someone, then thank Kerr. I only gave you the sword technique because of her. If there's nothing else, I'll go back to my room to cultivate. Shrugging his shoulders, the young man turned and went back to his room. Looking at the young man's back, Li Shishir's gaze was complicated as she sighed. Sister Shishir, where's the young master?" An elegant and refined young girl walked into the courtyard. He went back to his room to cultivate. "Sister Kerr, I should also go." "Thank you, if not for you, Duan Lingtian would not have passed on the accompanying sword to me." Li Shishir forced a smile and turned to leave. "Sister Shishir." The young girl noticed that something was wrong with Li Shishir. Unknowingly, Li Ro walked out of the room and looked at Li Shishir's back as she left. She shook her head and sighed. As an experienced person, she naturally saw through Li Shishir's thoughts. The next morning, Duan Lingtian and Kerr arrived at the inner courtyard's martial arts practice field. The clan martial meet would be held here. In the corner of the inner courtyard's martial arts practice field, there were 30 battle arenas. The 30 battle arenas were arranged in a circle. In the middle was a high platform with some chairs. In front of the battle arenas there was a stream of people. Following the appearance of the 3 old judges, the noisy martial arts practice field became quiet. These 3 judges were all elders of the Li family, and were in charge of hosting the clan martial meet. Behind the 3 head judges, there were 30 other judges. Almost all of them were young. The 3 chief judges were led by an old man with white eyebrows. Duan Lingtian's sharp intuition detected an extremely dangerous aura from the white-browed old man. Duan Lingtian was clear about this. This was an expert. So strong that he could kill the current him with a single slap. As the chief judge of this year's clan martial meet, let me introduce the rules of today's clan martial meet. 242 outer courtyard disciples will be divided into 30 groups, according to the number plates in your hands. Other than the first group, which has 10 people, the other groups have 8 people. There will be a champion for each of the 30 groups. The referee will explain the specific rules to you. Of course, if you feel that you are unlucky and have been placed in the powerhouse group, you will have a chance to challenge any of the 30 champions. If you win, you will be the new champion. When there are no more challengers, the final 30 champions will become inner courtyard disciples. The head judge finished his words. The 30 referees began to divide the outer yard disciples into groups. Number 1 to number 10 were the first group. After that, there were 8 people in each group. Duan Lingtian and Kerr were placed in the same group. This rule is not bad. It guarantees absolute fairness. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Duan Lingtian was number 77 and Kerr was number 78. They were placed in the 10th group. The 10th group had a total of 8 people. Of the 6 people, 2 of them recognized Duan Lingtian. Previously, they had witnessed Duan Lingtian defeating Lin Qi, the number 1 outer courtyard disciple of the Lin family. When they met Duan Lingtian, the 2 of them took the initiative to admit defeat. As for the other 4 people, none of them were a match for Duan Lingtian. As for Kerr, every time before her opponent could even make a move, the violet meteorite soft sword would already be in front of their throat. This made her opponent tremble in fear. Even the referee was speechless. There were 2 little monsters in the 10th group. In the end, it was Duan Lingtian and Kerr's turn to compete for the champion of the 10th group. Around the combat arena, numerous gazes fell upon the 2 of them. On the high platform in the middle, these 2 seemed to be unfamiliar faces. Are they branch family disciples? One of the chief referees was slightly surprised. They are indeed branch family disciples. Both of them are from the Fresh Breeze Town branch family, and they are both disciples with different surnames. That young man even defeated Lin Qi of the Lin clan at the trade fair not long ago. Another chief referee smiled. Lin Qi? The youngest son of the Lin family patriarch? The number 1 outer courtyard disciple of the Lin family. whose strength is not inferior to our Li family's number one outer courtyard disciple Li Kuang? The former was slightly moved. That's right. It's him. The latter nodded. Branch family disciple, and a disciple with different surnames. What a pity. The former sighed. Branch family disciples. So what if they are disciples with different surnames? As long as they don't betray the family, they are part of our Li family. The white-browed old man snorted. The other two chief referees became silent. I admit defeat. Standing on the number 10 combat arena, Duan Lingtian said indifferently. This caused everyone, including the referees, to feel a wave of disappointment. However, Duan Lingtian and Kerr were together after all. Although they were disappointed, they were not surprised. Kerr became the arena master of the 10th group. As time passed, an arena master appeared on each of the 30 combat arenas. Among these arena masters besides Kerr, Duan Lingtian recognized 3 others: Li Shishir, Li Wen and Li Xiao. The 30 combat arenas formed a circle. On the high platform in the middle, the 3 chief referees stood up. Now the outer courtyard disciples who have failed in their group and are unwilling to accept the result will have one chance to challenge another arena master. If they win, they will become the new arena master. If they lose, they will lose the opportunity to become an inner courtyard disciple. The white-browed old man's expression was calm as he spoke indifferently. Instantly, the area below the 30 combat rings was in an uproar. After all, they only had one chance to challenge. They needed to spend a certain amount of time to judge the strength of each arena master before issuing a challenge. Whoosh! Soon, a figure flew onto the combat arena of the 15th group. It attracted everyone's attention. It's Duan Lingtian. Many outer courtyard disciples recognized the owner of the figure. Duan Lingtian? The outer courtyard disciple who defeated the number 1 outer courtyard disciple of the Lin clan, Lin Qi? That's right, it's him. With his strength, I'm afraid he can compete with Li Kuang. How could he be eliminated? Could it be that he was eliminated by Li Kuang? No. He gave the arena master of the 10th group to the young lady beside him. That's her. So beautiful. She's even more beautiful than the number 1 beauty of the outer courtyard, Li Shishir. Since ancient times, heroes have always loved beautiful women. No wonder he gave up. On the 15th combat arena, Li Zhao's face was gloomy. He didn't expect that Duan Lingtian would actually challenge him. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian's decision was intentional. Duan Lingtian. Outside the combat arena, Li Zhong's eyes were fierce. Although he had always looked down on Li Xiao. But no matter what, Li Xiao was his younger brother. This was an unchangeable fact. I admit defeat. Li Xiao took the initiative to admit defeat under everyone's gazes. Although the surrounding boos made his face turn red, he still gritted his teeth and endured it. If he admitted defeat now, he could still use all his strength to challenge other arena masters. If he was defeated by Duan Lingtian and was injured by Duan Lingtian, he might lose the opportunity to become an inner courtyard disciple. Duan Lingtian, 3 days later, I'll teach you a lesson. Li Zhong coldly glanced at Duan Lingtian, then walked to another combat arena with Li Xiao to help Li Xiao find an opponent. Duan Lingtian's eyes slightly narrowed as he closed his eyes and rested. The arena master challenges were carried out like a raging fire. Besides Li Kuang, Li Wen and Li Shishir, the top 3 outer courtyard disciples, no one challenged them. After Duan Lingtian stepped onto the combat arena and forced Li Xiao to admit defeat, no one else challenged him. Kerr, on the other hand, had 3 people successively challenge her. However, her violet meteorite flexible sword was always able to land on her opponent's throat at the first moment, making it difficult for her opponent to advance an inch. This young girl is the same as Duan Lingtian, they're both freaks. I have a feeling that her strength might be even stronger than Li Shishir's. Yeah, in front of her, no matter if it's appearance or strength, Li Shishir is slightly inferior. The outer courtyard disciples discussed in succession. Some of the inner courtyard disciples that came to join in the fun were slightly surprised as they glanced at the young girl a few more times. Big brother, and this little girl is really not bad. From today onwards, our inner courtyard will have a female disciple whose appearance and natural talent are comparable to Li Fei. An inner courtyard disciple said to the youth beside him. Li Fei, the inner courtyard's number 1 beauty. The youth wore gray clothes with silver edges. His sharp eyes descended onto the young girl's body, and a sense of greed and overbearingness appeared within them. It's Lian. It's really him. Some of the surrounding outer courtyard disciples recognized the gray-clothed youth and couldn't help but exclaim in low voices. Lian, a famous inner courtyard disciple of the Li family. 1 year ago, Lian was 17 years old and participated in the clan martial meet with a cultivation at the 9th level of the body tempering stage. He entered the top 10 and was ranked 6th. He was only inferior to 4 18-year-old core formation martial artists and a 9th level body tempering martial artist of the same age. Presently, within the inner courtyard disciples under the age of 19, his strength was publicly acknowledged as second. At dusk, the clan martial meet ended. After Li Xiao admitted defeat in front of Duan Lingtian, he once again successfully challenged an arena master. 30 arena masters became inner courtyard disciples. For a moment, many people shook their heads and sighed, and many people were dejected. Amongst them, some were already 18 years old. Since they weren't able to become inner courtyard disciples this time, it meant that they would forever lose the chance to become inner courtyard disciples. If they were branch family disciples, they would be beaten back to the branch family. Duan Lingtian and Kerr walked side by side. Kerr held onto his arm and had a happy smile on her face. Numerous gazes of envy and jealousy descended onto Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian frowned. Looking over, in front of him stood 2 youths around the age of 18 on an empty space that the crowd had opened up. He noticed. When the gray-clothed youth in front looked at him, his gaze was filled with hostility. Duan Lingtian was slightly puzzled. He didn't know this person at all, so why would he look at him with such a gaze? When he noticed that the gray-clothed youth's gaze moved from him to Kerr, he came to a sudden understanding. So it was because of Kerr. Chapter 52. Deep into the night, the room was brightly lit. The youth sat cross-legged in the bathtub that was filled with medicinal liquid, bitterly cultivating, to the point where he had almost forgotten everything around him. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, spirit serpent form. The 7 treasures body tempering liquid continuously flowed into his body. The medicinal strength of the dark spirit fruit was also dissolving at an extremely fast speed, fusing into the youth's flesh and bones. If he wanted to seize first place in the clan martial meet 3 days later, and obtain the 350-year-old blood Lingji, he must break through to the 9th level of the body tempering stage. I'm still lacking a bit. Noticing that the transformation of his body and the strengthening of his vital energy and blood had slowed down, the youth opened his eyes and sighed. Yawning, the extremely sleepy youth fell asleep. He slept all the way until the next morning. Young master. A slightly hurried voice came from outside the room, causing the youth to wake up from a dream. Kerr, what happened? He didn't even have time to put on his outer clothes. The youth opened the door in his pajamas and looked at the young girl outside. Young master, look. In the young girl's hand, 2 fist-sized python eggs were violently trembling. Crack! Crack! Before long, the 2 python eggs cracked one after the other. 2 exquisite little pythons stuck their heads out, flicked their tongues and swallowed the fragments of the python eggs. Then they stuck their heads out to look at each other, looking at Duan Lingtian and then looking at Kerr. 2 pairs of small eyes emitted a deep longing, as if they were gazing at their parents. Young master, why don't they look like black pythons at all? Kerr sized up the 2 little pythons for a while, her beautiful eyebrows slightly knitted. They don't look like... Duan Lingtian was also sizing up the 2 little pythons. 2 little pythons, one black and one white. The white little python had silver-veined patterns on its body that were extremely complicated and difficult to see through. The black little python had golden-veined patterns on its body that were exactly the same as the white little python. They also had one thing in common. There was a small bump on the top of their heads. Duan Lingtian searched the memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara, but found nothing about the 2 little pythons. In other words, even if the Emperor Wu of Samsara was still alive, he would not be able to recognize these 2 little pythons. However, in the memory of Emperor Wu, there was a kind of python that was somewhat similar to the 2 little pythons. That kind of python was not a black python. Instead, it was the ferocious beast snow python. According to the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, The ferocious snow python possessed strength comparable to a nascent soul stage expert. When it matured, martial artists cultivated. After the body tempering realm was the core formation realm. After the core formation stage was the origin core stage. After the origin core realm was the nascent soul realm. For example, a large family like the Lee family in Aurora City, there were many origin core stage martial artists. The number of nascent soul realm experts could be counted on one hand. It's unlikely that the black python's child was born with the snow python. Duan Lingtian shook his head and discarded this absurd thought. Not to mention the difference between the black python and the snow python, just the patterns on the two little pythons' bodies were something that neither the black python nor the snow python had. It could be concluded from this. These two little pythons were not snow pythons or black pythons. Maybe they are like their father. I wonder what kind of python their father was. The reincarnation Emperor Wu had experienced the vicissitudes of life for 2 lifetimes and was experienced and knowledgeable, but even he was unable to recognize this kind of python. Duan Lingtian speculated in his heart. Young master, they seem to be hungry. The young girl's voice caused Duan Lingtian to return to his senses. The two little pythons opened their small eyes and flickered with a pitiful luster, as if they were begging for something. With a thought, Duan Lingtian took out the 2 violet thorn fruits he brought back from the last time from a corner of the room. These 2 violet thorn fruits were given to them by their mother, the black python. When Duan Lingtian took the violet thorn fruits and arrived in front of Kerr, the bodies of the 2 little pythons shook and instantly moved. Whoosh! Whoosh! They seemed to have transformed into a white lightning and a black lightning as they directly flashed towards the violet thorn fruits in Duan Lingtian's hand. In a short moment, the violet thorn fruits were completely eaten by them. After eating their fill, the 2 little pythons fell into a deep slumber. What kind of snakes are they? Duan Lingtian and Kerr glanced at each other and saw the astonishment in each other's eyes. The speed of the 2 little pythons just now, even compared to their mother the black python, wasn't much slower. It wasn't strange for an adult black python to have such a fast speed. But these 2 little pythons had just been born. In Duan Lingtian's subconscious, he felt that these 2 little pythons weren't so simple. After finding a small box and opening a hole, Duan Lingtian placed the 2 sleeping little pythons inside. Then he put on his outer clothes and held Kerr's hand before walking out of the room. Kerr, let's go out for a walk. Duan Lingtian and Kerr walked out of the house and quickly arrived at the outer court's martial arts practice grounds. At a corner of the martial arts practice grounds, there were many people surrounding it. Let's go over and take a look. Duan Lingtian and Kerr walked over. They originally thought that there were people sparring, but when they approached they realized that wasn't the case. A blue-clothed youth stood in the middle of the crowd, his saliva flying everywhere. Combined with his tone, he was like a storyteller. It said that the adult snow python in the misty forest moved like thunder, and killed a few origin core stage martial artists from Aqua Mist cities. He clan in a few moves. They were considered to be the best amongst human martial artists, but in front of the adult snow python, they couldn't even withstand a single blow. The blue-clothed youth continued, as if he had seen all of this with his own eyes. Li Yun, is there really an adult snow python in the misty forest? Someone in the crowd asked. I, Li Yun, am a well-known know-it-all in Aurora City, and my reputation is excellent. This news will soon spread throughout the entire Aurora City. At that time you'll naturally know that what I said isn't false. Li Yun raised his head with a face full of confidence. Li Yun, we don't doubt that you're able to find out about any news at the first possible moment. It's just that this matter is truly inconceivable. Yeah, logically speaking, wild beasts like pythons should be hibernating during this season. Especially fierce beasts like snow python. Especially top fierce beasts like the snow python. According to the records in the books, amongst the fierce beasts and pythons, the snow python is the most fond of sleeping. Another person asked doubtfully. You're right, but according to the news brought back by the surviving origin core stage martial artist from the He clan of Aqua Mist City, that snow python seemed to have gone completely mad. It killed everyone it saw, as if it was venting its anger. Li Yun nodded slightly and continued. Why do you think the snow python became like this? The surrounding crowd was in high spirits, and some of them even asked curiously. My personal guess is that either its partner was killed by a human, or its child died. Li Yun said again. The speaker had no intention of speaking, but the listener had a heart. Duan Lingtian and Kerr glanced at each other, then left the crowd. Young master, do you think that snow python could be the father of those two little pythons? Kerr's clear eyes revealed traces of pity. It's possible. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. The two little pythons could indeed be the offspring of a snow python and a black python. Because of some reason they mutated. Through the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian knew that mutated ferocious beasts existed. Young master, why don't we send them back? Kerr's clear eyes were slightly moist as she spoke. She seemed to have thought of something. Kerr, what's wrong? Duan Lingtian's face was filled with worry. I just thought of my mother. When my mother had just left, I felt as if the sky had collapsed. That snow python's current feelings are definitely the same as mine at that time. Kerr's voice trembled as she spoke. Silly girl, don't you still have me? Duan Lingtian took the opportunity to pull the young girl into his embrace, lightly patting her back as he spoke gently. It's my fortune to be able to meet young master. But that snow python. Kerr's voice carried a sobbing tone. All right, young master promises you that after the clan martial meet ends, I'll send them back. Duan Lingtian stroked Kerr's beautiful hair, smelling the fresh fragrance of her hair as he spoke slowly. After returning home, Duan Lingtian discovered that the small box was empty. The two little pythons were nowhere to be seen. Just as he and Kerr were about to search for them. Xiao! Xiao! A black and a white bolt of lightning flashed over. The black little python coiled around Duan Lingtian's wrist, while the white little python coiled around Kerr's wrist, playfully flicking its tongue at them. They're really two mischievous little ones. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Kerr, let's give them a name. Duan Lingtian looked at Kerr. Let's call them Little White and Little Black. Kerr smiled. From now on you'll be called Little Black. Duan Lingtian raised his hand and looked at the little black python coiled around his wrist. At this time a strange scene occurred. Duan Lingtian saw. The little black python actually looked at him and nodded its head, scaring Duan Lingtian silly. This little black python could understand human language? After a moment, he discovered that the little black python was still nodding its head. Duan Lingtian then realized that he was thinking too much. The little black python seemed to have coiled around Duan Lingtian, unwilling to leave. The little white python also coiled around Kerr. The two of them had no choice but to bring them along. After some differentiation, Duan Lingtian discovered that the little black python was a male, while the little white python was a female. That night, Duan Lingtian sat in the bathtub and cultivated. He discovered. The little black python entered the bathtub and swam on the surface of the water, swallowing the 7 treasures body-tempering liquid. At the same time, the golden lines on the little black python's body flickered with a dark golden luster. Only after it finished a portion of the 7 treasures body-tempering liquid did it contentedly rush out and lie on the edge of the bathtub to sleep. At this time the dark golden luster on its body slowly dimmed. I wonder what this little python has mutated into. Duan Lingtian's heart moved. 2 days passed. Tomorrow was the second round of the clan martial meet, which was also the real clan martial meet. Duan Lingtian's cultivation was still unable to break through. Although he felt that he had reached the critical point, he was still unable to break through. He had already absorbed 80% of the dark spirit fruit's medicinal essence. I wouldn't really have no fate with that 350-year-old bloodlingji, right? Duan Lingtian bitterly smiled. Hiss hiss, a light sound came from beside his ear. Duan Lingtian then saw that the little black python was curled up on the edge of the bed, flicking its tongue as if it was greeting him. Xiao! In the next moment, the little black python's body shook and twisted. Sometimes it was slow, sometimes it turned into black lightning. Quiet like a virgin, moving like a mad rabbit. At the beginning, Duan Lingtian only used a curious gaze to size up the little black python. Gradually, the little black python's movements seemed to give him some sort of enlightenment. His gaze became infatuated and dull. Chapter 53. The first form of the 9 dragons war sovereign technique, the spirit serpent form, emphasized on allowing the cultivator to increase the strength of the fleshly body, while maintaining the flexibility and agility of a spirit serpent. Now, the little black snake's actions were reflected in Duan Lingtian's eyes. As if it had ignited something, what he didn't understand in the past was now suddenly clear. Bang! As if he was enlightened, Duan Lingtian's body slightly trembled. Then he closed his eyes and circulated the spirit serpent form mental cultivation method. Carrying a trace of understanding, he started cultivating. Tonight, Duan Lingtian was destined to be sleepless. His mind was completely immersed in the changes in his body. His vital energy and blood were increasing at a terrifying speed. His fleshly body was even undergoing an extreme transformation. Duan Lingtian didn't know how long he cultivated until a strand of sunlight passed through the window and descended on his body. Only then did he wake up. At this moment, Duan Lingtian noticed that the clothes on his body were completely dirty. A liquid similar to black oil flowed out from his entire body, sticky and extremely smelly. He took off his clothes and sat in the bathtub, washing his body with great effort. After washing clean, he clenched his fists tightly and slightly exerted force. Duan Lingtian abruptly raised his head. Whoosh! Above his head, the energy of heaven and earth roiled. And in the end, it developed into 3 lifelike ancient mammoth silhouettes. He slightly weakened his strength and an ancient mammoth silhouette disappeared. He weakened it again and another ancient mammoth silhouette disappeared. Perfect! Duan Lingtian abruptly stood up and changed into a new set of clothes, and a heartfelt smile appeared on his face. He'd succeeded. Before the clan martial meet, he'd smoothly broken through to the 9th level of the body tempering stage. He possessed the strength of 3 ancient mammoths. Samsara Emperor Wu's crazy theory had been perfectly realized. Hiss, a wave of sounds entered his ears, and the little black snake transformed into a black bolt of lightning that coiled around Duan Lingtian's wrist as it nodded towards Duan Lingtian. In Duan Lingtian's eyes, the little black snake's current actions seemed more like it was asking for credit. After the clan martial meet ends, I'll make something delicious for you. Duan Lingtian gently stroked the little black snake's body and smiled. The little black snake closed its eyes, looking like it was enjoying itself. Please leave, we don't welcome you here. Suddenly, Ker's voice came from outside the door, mixed with a bit of anger. Duan Lingtian's expression changed. Ker had been by his side for so long, but this was the first time he had heard Ker speak in such a tone. Obviously, someone had angered her. Duan Lingtian opened the door and walked out in large strides. At a glance, he saw 2 youths standing at the entrance of the courtyard. One of them was the gray-clothed youth he had seen before. Brother asked you to go with him to the martial arts practice field because he thinks highly of you. Don't be so shameless. The other youth in green looked at Ker, and was a little angry. Young master. However, in the girl's eyes, there was only the young man who was walking out of the room. I'm talking to you. The green-clothed youth's face darkened as he shouted in a low voice. Scram! Duan Lingtian glanced coldly at the green-clothed youth, and his voice was mixed with an icy coldness. You're courting death. The green-clothed youth's gaze turned cold, and he was about to enter the courtyard to fight with Duan Lingtian. Slap! At this moment, the gray-clothed youth's hand landed on the green-clothed youth's shoulder, stopping him. You're not worthy of her. The gray-clothed youth looked down at Duan Lingtian with a condescending gaze and said indifferently, You mean you're worthy of her? Duan Lingtian laughed. He had seen arrogant people, but he had never seen such an arrogant person. Of course. I, Lian, am 18 years old, and my strength is ranked 2nd among the younger generation in the family. How can a village boy like you compare to me? Kid, if you know what's good for you, leave her as soon as possible. Lian's eyes flashed as he threatened. 2nd? Those who don't know would think that you're number 1 when they see you being so rash. So you're always number 2. Duan Lingtian laughed. I'll let you have your way with words. At the family martial meet, I'll definitely make you bleed. Don't think that just because you've broken through to the 9th level of the body tempering stage, you can be arrogant. The core formation stage is the beginning of the path of martial arts. The current you is at most a mediocre martial artist. Lian laughed mockingly and left with the green-clothed youth. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as a cold light flashed within. Blood splatter 3 feet? Young master, you've broken through? Ker was slightly surprised. Yes, I just broke through. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he nodded. Ker, what happened just now? Duan Lingtian asked again. They asked me to go to the inner court martial arts practice field with them, But I refused. That green-clothed youth kept pestering me. When Lien and the green-clothed youth were mentioned, Kerr's eyes flashed with a trace of disgust. Don't bother with such boring people next time. Just ignore them. Duan Lingtian laughed. Yes, young master, I'll go help madam in the kitchen. Kerr nodded and then seemed to transform into a gust of wind as she entered the kitchen. During breakfast, Tian, that Lien will definitely target you in the family martial meet this time. Be careful. Li Ro reminded Duan Lingtian. I know, Mom. Duan Lingtian replied with an indifferent expression. Don't think that you can be unbridled just because you killed Feng Chong in Fresh Breeze Town. Although Feng Chong is a first-level core formation martial artist who possesses the strength of 2 ancient mammoths, due to the limitations of his martial skills, his strength is probably not even half of Lian's. Li Ro said again. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. He naturally knew this. Maybe when Feng Chong attacked, his movements were similar to Lian, who was also at the first level of the core formation stage, being able to draw upon the energy of heaven and earth and develop 2 ancient mammoth silhouettes. However, because of the difference in martial skills, if Lian wanted to kill Feng Chong, a single move would be enough. If Lian circulated his defensive martial skill and stood there, even if Feng Chong was beaten to the point of exhaustion, he wouldn't be injured in the slightest. If Lian circulated his movement technique, Feng Chong could only eat dust behind him. This was the difference in martial skill realms. The higher the martial skill realm, the more perfect the ability to display one's strength. Duan Lingtian's slight smile in Li Ro's eyes was that he was going his own way and didn't think much of it. Kerr, hurry up and persuade him. Li Ro set her sights on the young girl. Madam, I believe in young master. The young girl replied, expressing her confidence in Duan Lingtian. I really don't know what bewitching potion Tian gave you. Li Ro had a helpless expression. Mother, you can relax 100 times. Your son will only make others suffer losses, but he will not suffer losses. This time in the clan martial meet, I will take back the first place prize for the clan martial meet and let you take a good look. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Duan Lingtian left the house with Kerr. They headed towards the inner court martial arts practice field. Young master, it's Sister Shirshir. On the way, the two of them met Li Shirshir. From 2 people it became 3 people. In this year's clan martial meet, 30 newly promoted inner court disciples will compete with the other 56 inner court disciples. According to what I know, 5 inner court disciples have stepped into the core formation stage. Li Shirshir exchanged all the information she knew. Duan Lingtian slightly nodded. So we don't have a chance to enter the top 3. The core formation stage isn't something a body-tempering stage martial artist can contend against. What we can do now is strive to enter the top 10. For you and little sister Kerr, this isn't difficult. How about it? Do you have the confidence to defeat Li Kuang and strive for the 6th place? Li Shirshir looked at Duan Lingtian. 6th place? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. What? Li Shirshir was puzzled. I'm not interested in 6th place. Duan Lingtian indifferently said. Then what rank are you interested in? Li Shirshir asked. 1st place. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with a trace of confidence. Li Shirshir was stunned on the spot. 1st place? This Duan Lingtian really dared to dream. Ha ha ha, at this moment, a loud laugh came from behind the 3 of them. The laughter was filled with disdain. Very quickly, 2 figures walked past Duan Lingtian and the other 2. It was the 2 brothers Li Zhong and Li Xiao. The one who laughed was Li Zhong. He obviously heard what Duan Lingtian said just now. Duan Lingtian, if you want 1st place, then you have to defeat me. I'll wait and see. Li Zhong glanced at Duan Lingtian with a face full of ridicule. Duan Lingtian didn't pay attention to Li Zhong. He liked to use facts to prove everything, and not to argue with words. Before long, Duan Lingtian and the other 2 arrived at the inner court martial arts practice grounds. It was still the same 30 combat arenas. Presently, the surroundings of the 30 combat arenas were filled with people. There were inner court disciples participating in the clan martial meet, and there were also many Li family disciples who came to watch the show. Before long, the 3 head judges appeared as well. The 30 judges, on the other hand, respectively ascended the 30 combat arenas. Quiet. The voice of the white-browed old man in the lead clearly entered the ears of everyone present. For a moment, the clamorous martial arts practice grounds completely quietened down. Condensing origin energy into sound is a technique that can only be grasped by 7th-level origin core martial artists and above. Duan Lingtian looked at the white-browed old man and was slightly surprised. Today, the inner court disciples between the ages of 16 to 19 will undergo the final clan martial meet, and the top 10, top 3, and first place will obtain generous rewards from the clan. The white-browed old man slowly said. Following that, the other chief judge began to explain the rewards for the top 10, top 3, and the first place of the martial meet. Duan Lingtian already knew all of this. However, the rewards mentioned by the head judge still aroused the emotions of most of the inner court disciples participating in the clan martial meet. Today's clan martial meet will adopt a point system. Everyone's starting point is 1, and every time you win you'll gain 1 point, and every time you lose you'll lose 1 point. Finally, the final ranking will be based on your points. As for the issue of fairness, all of you can rest assured. If there are no accidents, each of the 86 inner court disciples will have to ascend the stage 85 times. The head judge explained the rules. For a moment many people gasped. Ascend the stage 85 times. Then wouldn't they have to battle all the inner court disciples besides themselves? The rhythm of exhausting themselves to death. The clan martial meet this time will be split into 3 days. The clan has already arranged the order of battles for all of you, and the number of times each person can ascend the stage each day will be suppressed to below 30 times. The head judge continued. Only then did the group of inner court disciples heave a sigh of relief. Now, the person whose name is called by the judge, ascend the corresponding combat arena by yourself. If you don't appear within 5 minutes, it will be considered as forfeiting. The head judge spoke once again. Before long, the judges on the 30 combat arena started to call out the names. The first round of battle had an acquaintance of Duan Lingtian. Chapter 54. Li Wen's opponent was a youth around the age of 18. The two of them moved, flashing towards each other. Above each of their heads, an ancient mammoth silhouette was faintly discernible. In just one move, the difference in speed was obvious. Li Wen's speed was clearly superior to his opponent's. After a short moment, he found an opportunity to swiftly flash behind his opponent. Heart Destruction Palm. A straightforward palm strike slapped onto his opponent's back, blasting him out of the combat arena. Li Wen victory. The judge immediately announced the result. Li Wen's middle-grade profound rank movement technique, unfettered steps, has actually broken through to the mastery stage. Seeing this scene, Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. In terms of speed, the mastery stage middle-grade profound rank movement technique, unfettered steps, was not inferior to the initial stage high-grade profound rank movement technique, spirit serpent movement technique. I've been busy breaking through to the 9th level of the body tempering stage during this period of time, and have fallen behind in my movement technique. After the clan martial meet ends, I have to raise the level of my spirit serpent movement technique. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Unlike defensive martial skills which could be directly raised with medicine, if one wanted to raise a movement technique, one had to diligently and bitterly train it. There were no shortcuts. Li Wen walked down the combat arena in large strides. After noticing Duan Lingtian's gaze, he met Duan Lingtian's gaze, and the corners of his mouth curled into a provocative sneer. Duan Lingtian withdrew his gaze and didn't take it seriously. If it was before he broke through, the current Li Wen might be able to make him take him seriously. But now, Li Wen was no longer on the same level as him. Even to the extent. In his eyes, the current Li Wen was as weak as a child. In terms of strength, Duan Lingtian could even compare to a second-level core formation martial artist. On the 30 combat arenas, the inner court disciples fought in full swing. After the inner court disciples' victories and defeats were decided on the combat arena, the judge started to record everyone's scores. Duan Lingtian. Finally, the referee called Duan Lingtian's name. Combat arena number 3. Duan Lingtian's figure flashed as he strode up. His opponent was a sturdy young man who looked simple and honest. "My name is Li Zhan, nice to meet you." The sturdy young man smiled innocently. "My name is Duan Lingtian." Duan Lingtian replied with a smile. When he looked at the combat arenas in the surroundings, practically all the inner court disciples started fighting as soon as they entered the arena, and there were very few people that spoke. Everyone wanted to quickly defeat their opponents and earn points. Li Jun was a special case. Whoosh! Li Jun's sturdy body did not seem clumsy at all. Exploding with the strength of an ancient mammoth, Li Jun's entire body seemed to transform into a gust of wind that blew towards Duan Lingtian. Spirit snake movement technique. Duan Lingtian's figure moved to meet the attack. In terms of speed, the Duan Lingtian was a bit faster than the muscular teenager, of course. This was under the precondition that he suppressed his strength to the strength of an ancient mammoth. Li Jun attacked a few times, but he was unable to touch Duan Lingtian. I admit defeat. Suddenly, Li Jun stopped his figure. Up until now, I've only surpassed you in speed. You admit defeat just like that? Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. This is enough. Your speed surpasses mine and is already in an undefeatable position. There's no meaning in continuing the fight. Li Jun smiled innocently and directly jumped off the combat arena. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. This Li Jun was rather straightforward. He followed and jumped off the combat arena as well. Where's Kerr? Duan Lingtian noticed that the young girl was no longer at her original spot and couldn't help but look around, searching for traces of the young girl. Very quickly, he saw the young girl's figure on the adjacent combat arena. Whoosh! The young girl stood there. The violet meteorite flexible sword in her hand silently pressed against the side of her opponent's throat. As long as she used a bit of strength, her opponent would surely lose his life. I admit defeat. Her opponent's body slightly trembled, cold sweat dripping down his body as he spoke in panic. Only then did the young girl put away her sword. Under numerous burning gazes, she descended from the combat arena and returned to Duan Lingtian's side. The golden couple attracted the attention of many people. But there were even more gazes of envy and jealousy. Humph! Not far away, his opponent once again took the initiative to admit defeat. The gray-clothed youth who had obtained victory coldly gazed through the air and landed on Duan Lingtian's body. Up until now, he had already won 2 matches. As a core formation martial artist, all the opponents he encountered did not have the courage to fight him, and all of them took the initiative to admit defeat. A day's time quickly passed. Duan Lingtian won 27 matches in a row, accumulating 28 points. Kerr won 28 matches in a row, accumulating 29 points. Very quickly, today's results were out. On the bulletin board, the results of the 86 inner court disciples were listed according to their points and appeared before everyone's eyes. Duan Lingtian quickly discovered a problem. Besides him and Kerr, there were more than 10 people like them who maintained a record of nearly 30 matches in a row. Among them, there were many people that Duan Lingtian knew. Li Shishir, Li Wen, Li Zhong, Lian. Those at the very front were all people who obtained 30 points. There were a total of 5 people tied. These 5 people all had 29 matches in a row. Among the 5 people, Li Zhong and Lian were among them. Today's matches arranged by the clan, the stronger inner court disciples were not matched up against each other. It's obvious that they intentionally arranged it this way, and arranged for the stronger ones to fight last. Duan Lingtian could guess the reason why so many people maintained a winning streak. Little sister Kerr, you're really amazing. You obtained 29 points. Li Shishir came to Kerr's side. Big sister Shishir, I only participated in one more match than you. If you also participated in one more match, your points would be the same as mine. Kerr said with a slight smile. Li Shishir, like Duan Lingtian, had 27 consecutive wins and obtained 28 points. It's definitely arranged by the clan. Look, the 5 people tied for first place with 30 points are all core formation inner court disciples under the age of 19. However, this is normal. They had the easiest time today, and didn't even make a move before their opponents admitted defeat. Li Shishir said slowly. Duan Lingtian's brows raised. All of them were at the core formation stage. Apart from Li Zhong and Lian, he had never met the other 3 people. His gaze fell on the notice board. Li Qing, Li Fei, Li Hu. These 3 people were the other 3 inner court disciples at the core formation stage. Duan Lingtian, consider yourself lucky. However, we'll meet sooner or later. At that time I'll properly entertain you. Li Zhong walked past Duan Lingtian with Li Xiao, and a cold smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Idiot! Duan Lingtian indifferently spat out 2 words. What did you say? Li Zhong's figure stopped and the smile on his face froze. He slowly turned around and stared at Duan Lingtian with fiery eyes. Let's go back. Ignoring Li Zhong, Duan Lingtian held the young girl's hand and walked away. Li Shishir glanced at Li Zhong with a strange gaze and followed. Li Zhong's body was trembling. The mocking gazes from the surroundings caused his face to be extremely gloomy. Li Zhong, he called you an idiot and you can actually endure it. I really admire you. Right at this moment, the gray-clothed youth arrived beside Li Zhong and smiled lightly. Lian, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Don't try to sow discord here. In the next 2 days, I'll meet him sooner or later. I'll naturally defeat him and ruthlessly humiliate him. There's no need for your concern. Glancing coldly at Lian, Li Zhong brought Li Xiao and left. Li An's face sank as he flew into a rage out of humiliation. On the way back, little sister Ke, did you see Li Fei today? Li Shishir asked the young girl beside her. Li Fei? The young girl was stunned. Yeah, Li Fei, the #1 beauty of the inner court. But now that there's little sister Ke, her #1 beauty of the inner court is no longer unique. Li Shishir lightly smiled. Big sister Shishir, you're making fun of me again. I'm telling the truth. As the 2 women chatted, the topic shifted to Lian. Duan Lingtian. You have to be careful of that, Lian. Last year, at the clan's martial meet, no less than 10 inner court disciples were crippled by him. Li Shishir had a serious expression as she spoke to Duan Lingtian. Crippled. A cold light flashed within Duan Lingtian's eyes. At that time, it wasn't certain who would be crippled. In the younger generation of the clan, Li An's strength is only below Li Qing, and he surpasses the other 3 core formation disciples. Seeing that Duan Lingtian didn't seem to mind, Li Shishir reminded him once again. Of the 5 core formation disciples, what's the cultivation of the strongest, Li Qing? Duan Lingtian spoke. But he didn't discuss Lian, and instead shifted the topic to the strongest in the younger generation, Li Qing. Naturally, he's at the first level of the core formation stage. The reason Li Qing's strength is the strongest is because he cultivated the high-grade profound rank martial skill, Vajra Force Finger, to the mastery stage. Combined with his middle-grade profound rank movement technique and defensive martial skill at the perfection stage, he's invincible. He's also publicly acknowledged as the person with the highest comprehension ability in the younger generation of the clan. A trace of respect appeared in Li Shishir's eyes as she slowly spoke. High natural talent, cultivation increases rapidly. High comprehension ability, cultivation increases rapidly. It had to be said that Li Qing was a person with extremely high natural talent and comprehension ability. A profound rank middle grade movement technique and defensive martial skill at the perfection stage is equivalent to a profound rank high grade movement technique and defensive martial skill at the mastery stage. In terms of movement technique and defensive martial skill, he is superior to me by a level. In terms of offensive martial skills, I'm not afraid of his Vajra Force Finger by relying on my sword drawing arts. Duan Lingtian slightly muttered to himself. However, if I explode with the strength of 3 ancient mammoths, then my movement technique and defensive martial skill that are a level lower than his might not be unable to contend with him. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he somewhat looked forward to it. This time, no matter what, he must obtain first place in the clan's martial meet. Not for the special honor, but for the 350-year-old bloodlingji. After returning home, just as they entered the courtyard, whoosh, whoosh, 2 bolts of lightning, one black and one white, came straight at them, respectively landing on Duan Lingtian's and Ke's wrists, and then coiled up. The 2 little pythons nodded towards them in a human-like manner. I'm really a bit reluctant to part with these 2 little things. Thinking about how he would have to send them back after the clan's martial meet ended, Duan Lingtian sighed. I'm reluctant to part with them as well. But if I don't send them back, their father will surely be very sad. Ke was also reluctant to part with them. Hiss hiss. Chapter 55. The next day, the clan martial meet continued. Although today's clan martial meet was more intense than yesterday, under the deliberate arrangement of the formless hand, The inner court disciples with stronger strength still didn't face each other. Duan Lingtian and Kerr also didn't meet any threatening opponents and continued to maintain their winning streak. When evening arrived, the results on the bulletin board had some changes compared to yesterday. Today Duan Lingtian went up one more time than Kerr. Their points were equal, both with 57 points. Today, the ones with the highest points were still the 5 inner court disciples at the core formation stage with 60 points each. After 2 days, the warm-up is finally over. Tomorrow will be the most exciting moment. An inner court disciple sighed. Everyone deeply agreed. Based on the current situation, tomorrow would definitely be a fierce battle between dragons and tigers. After returning home, Kerr went into the kitchen to help Li Ro cook. Duan Lingtian hadn't even warmed up his seat when he welcomed a few uninvited guests. "You're Duan Lingtian?" The person in the lead seemed to be a shrewd middle-aged man. "You are." Duan Lingtian was puzzled. "I'm Li Yi, the supervisor of the outer court. After all of you became inner court disciples, the clan has arranged a new residence for all of you in the inner court. It's just been cleaned up today. I've brought a few people here to see if there's anything you need help with." The middle-aged man's words were full of politeness. He didn't put on any airs, and spoke to Duan Lingtian as an equal. He had heard of Duan Lingtian's strength and knew that this young man would have great achievements in the future, so he couldn't easily offend him. "Thank you, Uncle Li, but we don't have anything to move." Duan Lingtian hurriedly thanked him. After informing the 2 beauties in the kitchen, the family moved to the inner court. The 2 beauties entered the kitchen of their new home and continued to prepare dinner. After sending Li Yi off, Duan Lingtian sized up his new home. The new home was very big, and the courtyard was very spacious. It was a few times bigger than the courtyard in the outer court. "In the future, I don't need to go to the martial arts practice field to cultivate my movement technique." Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as his figure moved. Spirit serpent movement. In the spacious courtyard, he began to cultivate his martial skill. Tenacious as a spirit snake, swift as lightning. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 2 little pythons flew out and scuttled up the big tree in the courtyard. They were incomparably happy. 2 lightning bolts, one black and one white, fell into Duan Lingtian's eyes. Infinitely magnified. The spirit snake movement technique was originally a movement technique, created by the reincarnation Emperor Wu based on snakes. It had an inseparable relationship with snakes. Last time when I observed the little black snake's movements, it was as if I was enlightened. This was the reason why I was able to combine it with the 7 treasures body-tempering liquid and dark spirit fruit to cultivate the spirit serpent form to the highest level overnight, breaking through to the 9th level of the body-tempering stage. The spirit snake transformation is related to snakes, and the spirit snake movement technique is also related to snakes. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. Perhaps, soon Duan Lingtian looked at the 2 little pythons playing on the big tree. With their flexible bodies, he tried his best to imitate their movements. Sometimes it was slow, sometimes it was swift. After an unknown amount of time, Duan Lingtian deeply felt that this method was really useful. Although there was still a long way to go before his spirit snake movement technique broke through to the mastery stage. But Duan Lingtian could still feel that his spirit snake movement technique was advancing rapidly. "You 2 little things, when the clan martial meet ends tomorrow, I'll make some good food for you too." Duan Lingtian looked at the 2 little pythons and was in a great mood. "Duan Lingtian." A familiar voice sounded from outside the courtyard. "How did you know we moved here?" When he arrived outside the courtyard and saw Li Shishir, Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. "You 2 aren't the only ones who moved here. Don't forget, I'm also an inner court disciple now." Li Shishir smiled. "You mean?" Duan Lingtian was stunned. "From now on we'll be neighbors." Li Shishir said again. "Sister Shishir, you moved next door to our house?" At this time the young girl who was carrying the dishes heard Li Shishir's words and was slightly excited. Her small face was flushed red. "Yes, little sister Kerr, from now on we'll be able to walk together more." Li Shishir smiled and nodded. As she spoke to Ku Er, she couldn't help but sneak a glance at Duan Lingtian. But she was destined to be disappointed. "Kerr, you 2 chat. I'll go help my mother carry the dishes," Duan Lingtian said to Kerr and went into the kitchen. After the dishes were served, "Shishir, eat with us." Li Ro looked at Li Shishir and invited her. Aunt Ro, there's no need, my mother is still waiting for me at home. Little sister Kerr, I'll go back first, see you tomorrow. Li Shishir declined Li Ro's invitation and went back home. After the meal, Duan Lingtian continued to practice the spirit serpent body technique in the courtyard. He understood the principle of striking while the iron was hot. The next morning, Duan Lingtian was escorted by Kerr and Li Shishir to the inner courtyard's martial arts practice field. Along the way, it was difficult to avoid attracting many jealous gazes. Flux could kill. Duan Lingtian would probably have died countless times. Now that he lived in the inner courtyard, it was not far from the inner courtyard's martial arts practice field. So many people. Arriving at the martial arts practice field, Li Shishir could not help but exclaim. The current martial arts practice field was full of people. There were young people, and many middle-aged people and old people. Not only that, on the high platform surrounded by 30 arenas, other than the 3 chief judges, there was an additional middle-aged man and a few old people. Duan Lingtian looked over. The middle-aged man's face was firm. His expression was dignified without being angry. He wore a green robe with golden edges. His temperament was extraordinary. He sat at the centermost position on the high platform, and his identity was obvious. The Li clan's patriarch Li Ao. As for the other old people, since they were able to sit at Li Ao's side, their identities were surely extraordinary as well. They were probably elders or first-rate figures. I never imagined that even the patriarch would personally come. Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Quiet. Not long after, Patriarch Li Ao stood up and sent a voice transmission into the ears of everyone present. It was another voice transmission. Duan Lingtian was shocked in his heart. This patriarch, who looked to be around 50 years old, was actually an expert at the 7th level of the Origin Core stage or above. Although the entire martial arts practice field was filled with people, it was now deathly silent. Everyone's gaze fell upon the clan leader Li Ao. These gazes. There was fanaticism, reverence, shock. I'm very happy that after a year, I'm once again able to witness the unparalleled elegance of our Li clan's younger generation. After today, this year's clan martial meet will officially come to an end. The top 10, top 5, and first place will be personally rewarded by me. Let's not waste any more time. Judges, let's begin. After he finished speaking, Li Ao sat back down. Streams of people flowed around the surroundings of the 30 combat arenas. The 2 people whose names were called out successively ascended the combat arenas and engaged in an intense battle. The victor wins 1 point, and the loser loses 1 point. An entire morning passed. Although the few people he encountered later on weren't weak, Duan Lingtian still maintained his winning streak. At noon he already had 73 points. 86 points was a perfect score. He hadn't lost until now. In other words, amongst the 86 inner court disciples, only 13 people remained that hadn't encountered him. Kerr was the same, maintaining her winning streak. Until now, no one had been able to dodge the violet meteorite flexible sword in her hand. Before long, Kerr ascended the stage once again. This time her opponent, Li won. On the combat arena, Li Wen gazed at the slender and elegant young girl, slightly embarrassed. The young girl stood in place with a calm expression. Li Wen moved. Unfettered steps. The strength of an ancient mammoth completely exploded, and his figure flashed towards the young girl. Sword drawing technique. The young girl also moved, and a violet sword light flashed, welcoming Li Wen. In the air, an ancient mammoth silhouette was faintly discernible. Whoosh! Li Wen hastily dodged. The light yet sharp sword whistle caused his expression to instantly change, and he didn't dare to lightly face the young girl's attack head-on. He actually dodged it. In the past 3 days, Li Wen is the first person to dodge her sword. As expected of the former top 3 in the outer court, he indeed has some strength. Around the combat arena, the crowd discussed. There were also people who guessed that Ku Er might be defeated. Only Duan Lingtian had a calm expression. No one was clearer than him about Kerr's strength. Besides the sword drawing technique that was comparable to a middle-grade profound rank sword skill at the mastery stage, Kerr's high-grade profound rank defensive martial skill, grafting and movement technique, wave-like subtle steps, had both been cultivated to the initial stage. Even he couldn't help but be surprised by Kerr's natural talent and comprehension ability. In terms of cultivation, Kerr and Li Wen were on par. In terms of movement technique, there wasn't much difference. In terms of defensive martial skill, she completely crushed Li Wen. In terms of offensive martial skill, she completely crushed Li Wen. Up until now, Kerr had only executed the sword drawing technique, and she hadn't executed any other martial skills. On the combat arena, Li Wen's figure flashed ceaselessly, as if he was looking for Kerr's flaws. Instantly, his eyes lit up. Heart Destruction Palm. He struck out with a palm that carried the power of heart destruction, and it blasted onto Kerr's back. Just when most people thought that Kerr would be seriously injured, and some even scolded Li Wen for being cruel and ruthless. Grafting. A faint defensive chi barrier flickered on Kerr's body. Boom! Li Wen's full-force palm strike blasted onto Kerr's defensive chi barrier. In an instant, his strength was diverted by the defensive chi barrier and swept into the air. The defensive chi barrier shattered. The young girl's light green clothes fluttered slightly. She was unharmed. Whoosh! The sword drawing technique reappeared. The young girl's violet meteorite flexible sword landed on Li Wen's throat, and it was just a hair's breadth away from tearing it apart. At this moment, Li Wen's face was wooden. He didn't come back to his senses for a long time. Kerr wins. The referee also revealed a surprised expression, and it took him a long time to react before he hurriedly announced the result. The crowd around the combat arena was flabbergasted, and they couldn't believe that all this was real. Such a frail and delicate body was actually able to block Li Wen's profound rank middle-grade martial skill, Heart Destruction Palm, which was at the mastery stage. Unbelievable. Only Duan Lingtian had a calm expression. He had long guessed that this would be the result. To defeat Li Wen, Kerr didn't even need to use a movement technique. Chapter 56. Li Wen's offensive martial skill, Heart Destruction Palm, was at the same level as Kerr's defensive martial skill, Substitution. The same spear, the same shield. If the two of them were to fight head-on, the final result would only be mutual destruction. Earlier, when Kerr's defensive chi barrier completely dispersed the force of Li Wen's palm strike, it had completed its mission. And before Li Wen could catch his breath, Kerr's sword drawing arts could easily kill him. So, Kerr's victory wasn't surprising. This little girl has such a brilliant sword skill. That defensive martial skill of hers should be a high-grade profound rank martial skill without a doubt. On the high platform, Patriarch Li Ao's gaze descended onto the young girl, and he was slightly surprised. Yeah, although her sword skill is always that one strike, its might is extraordinary. Moreover, it seems to have a lot of room for improvement. An old man at the side nodded in agreement. I've noticed this little girl since long ago. She and that Duan Lingtian were both recommended by the Fresh Breeze Town Branch family. The Fresh Breeze Town Branch family can be considered to have done a great service this time. The head judge, the white-browed old man, lightly smiled. Duan Lingtian? I heard that this kid once relied on a miraculous sword skill to defeat the youngest son of the Lin clan's patriarch with a cultivation at the 8th level of the body tempering stage. The eyes of another old man beside Li Ao emitted a bright light. There is indeed such a thing. The white-browed old man lightly smiled as he nodded. Duan Lingtian Li Kuang. The judge's voice spread out and attracted the attention of many outer court disciples. For a moment, a group of outer court disciples started to swarm over from all over, and surrounded the combat arena that Duan Lingtian and Li Kuang were at. It was extraordinarily bustling. They were extremely looking forward to this battle. No matter if it was Li Kuang or Duan Lingtian, they weren't unfamiliar with them. Li Kuang, the former number 1 disciple in the outer court. Duan Lingtian, a branch family disciple that had just arrived at the main clan 2 months ago, had once defeated Lin Qi, who was equally famous as Li Kuang in the Lin clan's outer court. Relying on this battle, he became famous in the outer court. Li Kuang, this name was something Duan Lingtian had heard of many times. Today, however, was the first time he saw Li Kuang in person. Li Kuang was around 17 years old, tall, with a strong back and a bare waist, and a pair of bright eyes. Duan Lingtian, a few days ago when I just returned from the Misty Forest, I heard of your deeds. Needless to say, the fact that you were able to defeat Lin Qi really surprised me. However, if you think that you can defeat me with this, then you are gravely mistaken. Li Kuang's words was extremely straightforward. He didn't beat around the corner, is that so? Duan Li's Kuang on Li. This Li Kuang was rather on the high platform to head to on to the on to level to on. Patriarch Li Ao took a few more glances at the purple-clothed youth on the combat arena. Yes, it's him. He defeated Lin Qi when he was at the 8th level of the body tempering stage. Now that he's broken through to the 9th level of the body tempering stage, Li Kuang shouldn't be his match. The white-browed old man lightly nodded. That might not be the case. It's said that Li Kuang stayed in the mist forest for a few months, fighting wild beasts all day long, so he must have broken through. The other old man didn't agree. On the combat arena, Li Kuang's figure moved like a bolt of lightning. Whoosh! With a pull of his arms, his body flashed out like the wind, and like a rock spreading its wings, he flashed towards Duan Lingtian. Above his head, an ancient mammoth silhouette dashed out with a fierce aura. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed. At the instant Li Kuang's figure flashed, he saw through it. In terms of speed, the level of Li Kuang's movement technique wasn't inferior to his spirit serpent movement technique. Army obliteration palm. Li Kuang arrived in front of Duan Lingtian in the blink of an eye, and his palm carried the force to split open a mountain as it flashed towards Duan Lingtian's chest. It's time to end this, Duan Lingtian muttered in his heart. In the blink of an eye, the silhouette of an ancient colossus took shape above his head. His right palm casually placed on his left waist. Duan Lingtian stood in his original position, as motionless as a mountain, facing Li Kuang's palm. He didn't dodge. It was as if he was planning to take Li Kuang's palm head-on. The spectators around the combat arena were all astonished. Was this Duan Lingtian crazy? Li Kuang's army obliteration palm was a profound martial skill at the perfection stage. It was easy for it to split open a mountain. This Duan Lingtian wanted to take it head-on with his body? On the high platform. What is this little guy trying to do? Patriarch Li Ao's face was filled with astonishment. He had lived for half of his life, but this was the first time he had seen such a strange thing. Could it be that his defensive martial skill isn't inferior to Li Kuang's army obliteration palm? The old man beside him was also dumbfounded. On the combat arena. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. A cold smile appeared on Li Kuang's face as his palm slammed down. It was only a meter away from hitting Duan Lingtian's chest. In Li Kuang's opinion, unless Duan Lingtian's defensive martial skill wasn't inferior to his army obliteration palm. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian wouldn't be able to take his palm head-on. However, in the Aurora City's Li family, there was only one person under the age of 20 who could cultivate a defensive martial skill to the same level as his army obliteration palm. That person was already 19 this year. And Duan Lingtian was only 16. In his opinion, the possibility of this happening was extremely small. Is he crazy? On the combat arena, unlike Ker's blind confidence in Duan Lingtian, Li Shishir's face was filled with worry. Li Kuang was in existence that was even stronger than her. Even if her high-grade profound martial skill Shadow Sword was cultivated to the initial stage, she still didn't have the confidence to defeat Li Kuang with her 3-foot-long sword. Under the gazes of the crowd, at the moment of imminent peril, Duan Lingtian moved. His right arm, which was casually placed on his left waist, abruptly swung in a circle and directly swung forward. He didn't use a martial skill. It was just a casual swing of his arm. Bang! In the next moment everyone saw. Duan Lingtian's right arm fiercely smashed onto Li Kuang's chest, shattering the defensive chi barrier that instantly appeared on Li Kuang's body. Li Kuang's palm was only an inch away from Duan Lingtian's chest, and in the end it was unable to land. Whoosh! Li Kuang's body was fiercely sent flying by Duan Lingtian's swing of his right arm. Like an arrow that was released from a bow, Li Kuang collided with the side of the high platform, spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood before falling to the ground. Satisfying! Duan Lingtian spat out a mouthful of turbid air. Although he didn't use a martial skill, he used an enormous strength of 18,000 jin, under the premise that he didn't draw upon the energy of heaven and earth to develop a second ancient mammoth silhouette. His right arm swung out and firmly smashed onto Li Kuang's chest, sending Li Kuang flying. Needless to say, this feeling was too satisfying. There was a feeling of his blood boiling. Soon he discovered, including Patriarch Li Ao and the others on the high platform, everyone who had witnessed the battle between him and Li Kuang maintained a dazed expression at this moment. Only when he leaped off the combat arena did everyone react. F***K. Freak. He didn't even use a martial skill. A casual swing of his right arm was able to break through Li Kuang's mastery stage defensive martial skill and send Li Kuang flying. Is this Duan Lingtian really only a body-tempering stage martial artist? Is he really a human? Monster. Those who reacted were all dumbstruck. If Duan Lingtian was a core formation stage martial artist, they wouldn't be surprised if he relied on origin energy and the strength of his body to accomplish this. But Duan Lingtian didn't use origin energy, and only casually swung his arm with the strength of his body. It was truly inconceivable. How did he do it? On the high platform, Patriarch Li Ao and the other old men looked at each other. They all had the same question in their hearts. Could it be that this Duan Lingtian was born with godly strength? An old man took a deep breath as he guessed. That's the only possibility. I can feel that the strength of his casual swing of his right arm far exceeds 15,000 pounds. I estimate that he's only a little bit away from being able to draw upon the energy of heaven and earth and develop a second ancient mammoth silhouette. Li Ao nodded in agreement. Generally speaking, even if one is born with godly strength, at the 9th level of the body tempering stage, one's strength would at most be 1,000 to 2,000 pounds more than an ordinary person. This Duan Lingtian is really strange. Another old man said. At the side of the combat arena, the crowd parted to form a path. It won't affect your competition for the top 10, right? Duan Lingtian walked over to Li Kuang, who was leaning on the high platform and panting for breath, and smiled amiably. After all, he had no enmity with Li Kuang. It won't. Li Kuang glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. Fortunately, his defensive martial skill helped him resist most of the force, otherwise, his injuries wouldn't be so light. He had no choice but to accept Duan Lingtian's strength. As far as he was concerned, this Duan Lingtian was simply a monster. That's good. Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile. It's all thanks to you showing mercy and not using a martial skill. Otherwise, I probably really have no fate with the top 10. Li Kuang sighed. Duan Lingtian laughed embarrassedly and returned to Ker's side. What, is there something on my face? Duan Lingtian was stunned when he noticed the strange gaze of Li Shishir, who was beside Ker. Monster. Li Shishir held back for a long time before spitting out 2 words. Duan Lingtian's expression couldn't help but freeze. Actually, it wasn't only Li Shishir who thought this way. Most of the surrounding people were sizing up Duan Lingtian as if they were looking at a monster. Brother, this Duan Lingtian actually became so much stronger after breaking through to the 9th level of the body tempering stage. Not far away, Li Xiao looked at Li Zhong beside him with an unsightly expression. I didn't expect it either. Li Zhong's eyes flickered and a light smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. As far as he was concerned, it was only interesting this way. If Duan Lingtian was too weak, how boring would it be? Brother, you shouldn't have. Li Xiao lowered his voice and his tone contained a slight trace of complaint. What, your wings have grown hard? You dare question my decision? Li Zhong's tone sank as he interrupted Li Xiao. No. Li Xiao's face went pale and he hurriedly waved his hand. Even if it was, how would he dare admit it? On the other side, brethren, this kid's strength can't be underestimated. He defeated Li Kuang without using a martial skill. The green-clothed youth said to the gray-clothed youth beside him. So what? Just as I said to him before, as long as he hasn't stepped into the core formation stage, he can only be considered a mediocre martial artist. The gray-clothed youth sneered in disdain. Of course, brethren, you're a core formation stage martial artist. No matter how strong this kid is, he's only at the body tempering stage. He's naturally not a match for you. Chapter 57. The clan martial meet continued. After defeating Li Kuang, Duan Lingtian had 74 points. Later on, he encountered a few inner court disciples with decent strength, but they were all defeated by him. None of the body tempering stage martial artists were his match. Now Duan Lingtian was publicly acknowledged as the #1 disciple under the core formation stage in the Li clan. Not long after, his points had already risen to 79 points. As for Kerr, she also had 77 points. Up until now she had only lost one match. She lost to Li Kuang. Although Kerr's cultivation and martial skill level were similar to Li Kuang's. However, Li Kuang was the former #1 disciple of the outer court and often went deep into the misty forest to fight with wild beasts. In terms of actual combat experience, he far surpassed Kerr. Young master. After being defeated by Li Kuang, the young girl was somewhat disappointed. Kerr, you lost because of your lack of experience. In other areas you don't lose to Li Kuang. In the future, we'll go into the misty forest to fight with wild beasts, so your actual combat experience will naturally be abundant. Duan Lingtian consoled her. Okay. The young girl obediently nodded. As time passed, the clan martial meet entered its true climax. Duan Lingtian Li Zhong. The referee's voice sounded out. Li Zhong. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed and the corners of his mouth held a smile. His figure flashed as he flashed onto the combat arena. Duan Lingtian, we finally met. Today, I want to see what ability you have to actually dare say that you want to seize first place in the clan martial meet. Li Zhong also ascended the combat arena as he mocked. Duan Lingtian's match with an inner court disciple at the core formation stage attracted many spectators. Now, after hearing Li Zhong's words, the crowd was in an uproar. It can't be. Duan Lingtian's ambition is so great that he actually wants to seize first place in the clan martial meet? Does he really think that he, a mere body tempering stage martial artist, can defeat a core formation martial artist? No matter how strong a body tempering stage martial artist is, it's impossible for him to be a match for a core formation martial artist. Even if it's only at the first level of the core formation stage, just the origin energy it develops is comparable to the strength of an ancient mammoth. Yeah, the first level of the core formation stage can utilize the strength of 2 ancient mammoths. Even though this Duan Lingtian's strength isn't bad, it isn't strong to the point of being able to draw upon the energy of the heavens and the earth to develop 2 ancient mammoth silhouettes. He's too arrogant. Does he really think that those 5 core condensation disciples are made of paper? Now, let Brother Li Zhong shatter his delusions and wake him up. Duan Lingtian didn't expect this either. Li Zhong's words would push him into the limelight. He had attracted the disdain of so many people, but he also understood. Now he could only rely on his own strength to prove himself and make these people completely shut up. First place in the clan martial gathering. He was determined to win. He would use his strength to prove everything. Li Zhong, whether or not I have the ability, you'll know once you try. Duan Lingtian stared at Li Zhong and said calmly, of course I'll try. Not only will I try, I'll use one move to defeat you, and let you experience the difference between the core formation stage and the body tempering stage. Li Zhong sneered. One move. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed. Whoosh. Li Zhong moved. Origin energy bloomed from his legs, as he directly utilized the strength of 2 ancient mammoths. With a leap he flew straight towards Duan Lingtian. His speed was almost twice as fast as Li Kuang's movement technique. The movement technique that Li Zhong was currently executing was a set of high-grade profound rank movement technique called crossing the river on a reed. It was the reward he received for entering the top 10 in the clan martial meet a year ago. After spending a year, he cultivated it to the initial stage. He had always been proud of it. His speed is pretty fast. Duan Lingtian's eyes shone as his body trembled and suddenly flashed backwards. Suddenly, bang! Duan Lingtian's legs stomped on the ground and his entire body seemed to transform into a cannonball as he flew out. The silhouette of an ancient mammoth slowly condensed into form and appeared in the air above his head. Spirit serpent movement technique. Duan Lingtian's entire body seemed to transform into a bolt of lightning as he met the menacing Li Zhong head-on. No matter if it was Patriarch Li Ao and the others on the high platform or the spectators, they all couldn't help but hold their breaths. Looking at this situation, Duan Lingtian intended to go head-to-head with Li Zhong. While flying, Duan Lingtian's upper body slightly leaned back and pulled back into the shape of a bow, as if transforming into a powerful large bow. Opposite him, Li Zhong was also carrying out a similar action. Collapsing fist. Duan Lingtian's right fist swung out in a straight line, carrying the force of a thunderclap. Howling Tiger Fist. Li Zhong also made his move, his right fist swinging out like a collapsing mountain. Bang! Fists collided. Li Zhong sneered as the force of his fist gushed out. In his opinion, in terms of martial technique realm, Duan Lingtian's Howling Tiger Fist was only at the large success stage, and his Howling Tiger Fist had already stepped into the great perfection stage. In terms of strength, his physical strength and elemental energy completely exploded, comparable to the strength of two ancient mammoths. Although Duan Lingtian's strength was not bad, it was still inferior to the strength of two ancient mammoths, far inferior to him. At this moment, he seemed to have already heard the sound of Duan Lingtian's arm bones shattering. He seemed to have already seen the scene of Duan Lingtian flying out. Humph! Seeing the cold smile at the corner of Li Zhong's mouth, how could Duan Lingtian not know what he was thinking? In an instant, his fist force also gushed out. It collided with Li Zhong's fist force. Li Zhong's fist force instantly crushed Duan Lingtian's fist force and blasted towards Duan Lingtian's right arm. At this moment, if he didn't save it in time, Duan Lingtian's right arm at the very least would be fractured, at the very most it would be crippled. Greater teleportation. Duan Lingtian, who had long since been prepared, instantly circulated his defensive martial technique. After all, Li Zhong's fist force had collided with his fist force before, and at the same time it crushed his fist force, it also weakened quite a bit. The defensive chi shield of the initial stage greater teleportation was enough to completely withstand this fist force. Not only that, he even used the power of teleportation to return it all, giving him a taste of his own medicine. Presently, the scene on the combat arena was extremely strange in the eyes of outsiders. Seeing Li Zhong's fist suppress Duan Lingtian's fist, and was about to blast Duan Lingtian flying out, in the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian's figure slightly paused, not moving in the slightest. On the other hand, Li Zhong's expression changed, and he flew out like an arrow that left the bow, landing at the edge of the combat arena, and almost falling down. The surroundings of the death combat arena were completely silent. Most people found it hard to understand. Why would Li Zhong, who seemed to firmly have the upper hand, suddenly fly out? Could it be that he was going easy on Duan Lingtian? On the high platform, the high-grade profound rank defensive martial skill this Duan Lingtian cultivates is completely different from that of the little girl by his side, and seems to be even more bizarre. Patriarch Li Ao's eyes flickered. With his cultivation, he naturally saw through some clues. Aren't they branch family disciples from Fresh Breeze Town? How could they possibly have so many high-grade profound rank martial skills? Moreover, these martial skills feel to be even more profound than the martial skills of our clan. The old man beside him was slightly surprised as well. Don't forget, they are all disciples with different surnames. This Duan Lingtian is even surnamed Duan. The surname Duan is extremely famous in our Crimson Sky Kingdom. The white-browed old man slowly spoke. You mean the Imperial City's Duan clan? If this Duan Lingtian is really a member of the Imperial City's Duan clan, then it wouldn't be strange for him to possess so many profound martial skills. But I'm very curious. If he really is a disciple of the Duan clan, then why would he be in the Fresh Breeze Town branch family and even be recommended to our Li clan? Maybe it's because of some other reason. After the clan martial meet, I'll send someone to the Fresh Breeze Town branch family to investigate. At the side of the combat arena. Useless thing. You're really a disgrace to us core formation martial artists. The gray-clothed youth coldly glanced at the sorry figure of Li Zhong. Lian, you seem to be very dissatisfied with that Duan Lingtian. A hearty laugh came from afar as an azure-clothed youth walked over. Li Hu. Li An's pupils constricted when he saw the newcomer. Li Hu was the same as him, an inner court disciple of the core formation stage that was participating in the clan martial meet. How is it? Have you lost confidence? Li Hu laughed. How could that be possible? He can only toy with trash like Li Zhong. Lian laughed in disdain. On the other side, this Duan Lingtian's strength isn't bad. A slender and elegant young girl dressed in light purple clothes slightly moved her alluring red lips. Her tone contained a trace of surprise. The young girl had bright eyes and white teeth, possessing a peerless elegance. He's only a body tempering stage martial artist. Beside the young girl stood a proud and aloof white-clothed youth. From his words, it seemed as if he didn't place anyone in his eyes. Li Qing, he's not an ordinary body tempering stage martial artist. When you were in the body tempering stage, could you do what he did? I'm actually somewhat interested in him. What an interesting person. The young girl faintly smiled as her autumn eyes flickered with an enchanting luster. However, the young girl didn't notice. At this moment, the face of the white-clothed youth beside her became completely gloomy after hearing her words. His eyes even fell on the violet-clothed youth on the combat arena, flickering with a trace of ruthlessness. Not far away. Little Sister Kerr. Did you already know that Duan Lingtian was so abnormal? Li Shishir noticed that the young girl beside her didn't seem to be the least bit surprised by Duan Lingtian's performance. Big Sister Shishir, how can you say that about young master? The young girl was slightly displeased. Okay, I won't say any more. Li Shishir hurriedly smiled apologetically as her gaze once again fell on the violet-clothed youth on the combat arena. Duan Lingtian, I really don't know how many lifetimes of good fortune you've accumulated to have such a good girl like Kerr by your side. Li Shishir faintly sighed. She understood that just based on this point, no one could replace Kerr's position in Duan Lingtian's heart. Brother, Li Zhao's expression was incomparably unsightly. His brother Li Zhong had actually fallen into a disadvantage in a head-on collision with Duan Lingtian. On the combat arena, Li Zhong took a deep breath and slowly calmed his surging emotions. Duan Lingtian, I have to admit that your defensive martial skill is very peculiar. However, it's all over now. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Zhong moved once again, crossing the river on a reed. His entire body nimbly leaped up, swift like the wind. Unless your speed can surpass mine, otherwise, I will be in an invincible position. Once I find a flaw in your defense, you will lose without a doubt. Li Zhong's voice transmitted out, as if it came from all directions. His figure flashed swiftly on the combat arena, interfering with Duan Lingtian's line of sight. You're so confident. Chapter 58. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Duan Lingtian took a step forward and directly charged towards Li Zhong, who was flashing at high speed. Sword Drawing Arts. A cold and fierce violet sword light flashed, then flashed again and again. It was as if it had transformed into a violet bolt of lightning that had grown eyes, perfectly sealing off all of Li Zhong's paths of escape, causing Li Zhong to have nowhere to hide. Whoosh! The cold violet sword light was like a lover's caress as it brushed past Li Zhong's throat, causing his body to stiffen and his expression to greatly change. Li Zhong subconsciously stretched out his hand to touch his throat. The faint blood on his hand was so dazzling, so eye-catching. Duan Lingtian wins. The referee's voice sounded, mixed with a sense of surprise. I lost. Li Zhong glanced at the violet-clothed youth with a complicated gaze. Then without saying a word, he jumped off the high platform. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth carried a trace of a faint smile from the beginning to the end. The battle with Li Zhong. From the beginning to the end, he didn't use the strength of two ancient mammoths. He held back. Doing this could be considered as challenging himself. No wonder I heard the outer court disciples say that Duan Lingtian's strongest point is his miraculous sword skill. Seeing it today, it really does live up to its reputation. The sword skill he displayed was exactly the same as the sword skill of the young girl by his side. However, the level of the sword skill displayed by the young girl was far inferior to his. Perhaps the young girl's sword skill was passed down to her by Duan Lingtian, defeating a first-level body tempering inner court disciple with a cultivation at the 9th level of the body tempering stage. This Duan Lingtian has really set a precedent for our Li clan. Yeah, this kind of achievement is unprecedented in our Li clan. The crowd around the combat arena burst out into discussion. At this moment, no one dared to question the words of Duan Lingtian desiring to obtain first place. Duan Lingtian had the strength. On the high platform, that little girl's sword skill has already caused me to have a whole new level of respect for her. I didn't expect that Duan Lingtian's sword skill would be even stronger. It's hard to imagine that a mere 16-year-old youth could cultivate his sword skill to such a level. Patriarch Li Ao sighed. Yeah, our Li clan has never produced an anomaly like him. The old man beside him nodded in agreement. He already has such strength at the age of 16. If he is given 2 more years, I wonder how much he will grow. The white-browed old man's eyes flashed with anticipation. After Duan Lingtian jumped down from the combat ring, he returned to Ker's side. Soon Duan Lingtian discovered something. Beside Ker, there was another girl besides Li Shishir. The girl was about 18 years old. She was dressed in a light purple robe and had a slim waist. Her figure was enchanting and every part of her body was just right, without a trace of excess fat. She was no less beautiful than Ker. Compared to Ker, she had a more mature charm. A pair of beautiful autumn eyes seemed to be mixed with boundless charm. With just one look, she could steal the souls of countless men. Duan Lingtian and the young girl looked at each other and couldn't help but be dazed for a moment. What an enchanting stunner! Duan Lingtian's heart stirred, and his lower abdomen was slightly burning. Since coming to this world, he had always been in a state of abstinence and had long been impatient. If he was a little virgin in his previous life, it would have been fine, but he just had to be a dissolute soldier king who couldn't be without a woman. Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian eased the restlessness in his heart. At this moment, he had already guessed the identity of the young girl. It must be the inner court's #1 beauty, Li Fei. Duan Lingtian discovered that behind Li Fei, there was a white-clothed youth. The white-clothed youth's age was similar to Li Fei's. He had an arrogant face and from beginning to end, he didn't look Duan Lingtian in the eye. "Young master, this is big sister Li Fei." Ker introduced her with a smile. "I guessed it. The inner court's #1 beauty, she lives up to her name." Duan Lingtian nodded, and his gaze once again fell on Li Fei's body, seeming to be somewhat fiery. Li Fei's willowy eyebrows slightly knitted. She was no stranger to Duan Lingtian's gaze. As long as she walked out of the Li family mansion, she would be able to detect similar gazes everywhere. This kind of gaze was what she hated the most. People who had this kind of gaze seemed to want nothing more than to pounce on her and remove all the restraints on her body. In an instant, a trace of coldness surfaced in her heart. To think that she had previously thought that he was different. She didn't expect that he was also a lecher. "Ker Shishir, let's talk again when we have time." Li Fei's autumn eyes that stared at Duan Lingtian became a bit colder, but when she looked at the 2 young girls at the side, the ice melted, as if it was the beginning of spring. As soon as her voice fell, she lightly moved and slowly walked away. Humph! It was also at this time that the white-clothed youth behind Li Fei, with a warning gaze, fell on Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian naturally ignored him. "Young master, look at you, you've scared off big sister Li Fei. She just wanted me to introduce you to her." Ker's alluring red lips pouted, witty and cute, making one want to kiss and suck on them. Obviously, she had also noticed Duan Lingtian's frivolous gaze when he looked at Li Fei just now. Little sister Ker. Was he the one who scared big sister Li Fei away? Li Shishir, who was at the side, was a bit slow to realize. When Ker pulled her over and whispered to her for a while, she finally understood. Her gaze towards Duan Lingtian had a bit more hidden bitterness. Unfortunately, Duan Lingtian's attention was not on her. "Her impression of me doesn't seem to be very good." Looking at Li Fei's beautiful figure from afar, Duan Lingtian's mouth held a trace of a smile. It had to be said. After coming to this world, Li Fei was the second woman that moved his heart. The first was naturally Ker. Only Ker and Li Fei were completely different. If it was said that Ker was a pure lily, Li Fei was that hot red rose, full of endless temptation. The clan martial meet was in full swing. At this time, Ker and Li Shishir met the inner court disciples of the core condensation realm, Li Zhong and Li Hu one after another. After they stepped onto the martial arena, they directly admitted defeat. After all, they were not Duan Lingtian. "I admit defeat." When the referee called out Ker and Li An's names, Li An stood on the martial arena, eagerly waiting for Ker to step onto the stage. The young girl did not even have the interest to look at him, directly admitting defeat below the martial arena. From afar, he looked at the young girl holding the purple-clothed youth's hand, talking and laughing, treating him as if he was nothing. Duan Lingtian. Li An's face burned with jealousy as he gnashed his teeth. The referee's voice still rose and fell. "Li Zhong, Li Hu." The referee's voice came from the martial arena in front of Duan Lingtian. "Li Hu." Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. He had heard Li Shishir mention before that Li Hu was also an inner court disciple of the core condensation realm. Very quickly, Duan Lingtian discovered. Li Hu and Li Zhong had not yet stepped onto the martial arena, and there was already a group of people surrounding them. Thinking about it, Duan Lingtian felt relieved. The battle between Li Zhong and Li Hu was the first battle between core condensation realm martial artists since the start of this year's clan martial meet. Duan Lingtian saw Li Hu, a young man with a strong head and a strong brain, with a hint of cynicism between his brows. On the martial arena, Li Zhong, you should admit defeat. You can't even beat a body-tempering realm martial artist. Could it be that you want to win against me? Li Hu had a lazy expression, and his words were not without sarcasm. Then let's see if you have the ability. Li Zhong sneered. This Li Hu, of all people, had completely infuriated him. Crossing the river on a reed, his figure moved, as if transforming into a gust of wind, pouncing towards Li Hu. Very quickly, the two of them engaged in a fierce battle. Along with the movements of the two of them, two ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed out above their heads with imposing auras that shot into the sky like rainbows. The two of them were evenly matched. In the end, Li Zhong saw Li Hu's flaw and blasted Li Hu out of the martial arena. Despicable! Li Hu cursed. He wanted to rush up and fight Li Zhong again, but he was stopped by the referee. Li Hu, didn't you say that I can't even beat a body-tempering realm martial artist? Now you can't even beat me, a body-tempering realm martial artist. What do you think? Li Zhong laughed with a face full of pride. At this time, many people in the crowd couldn't help but laugh. Li Hu's face flushed red, and in a fit of anger, he turned around and left. Very quickly, Duan Lingtian went on the arena a few more times. This allowed him to properly enjoy the treatment of a core condensation realm martial artist. His opponents admitted defeat one by one, until he met Li Hu. The moment Li Hu entered the martial arena, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel his restless mood. It seems that he wants to defeat me and wash away the humiliation of being defeated by Li Zhong. Duan Lingtian's heart moved as he guessed the reason. However, even if Li Hu lost to Li Zhong because of carelessness, their true strength was actually about the same. Even Li Zhong wasn't Duan Lingtian's match. Li Hu was naturally no exception. Very quickly, Duan Lingtian defeated Li Hu and continued to maintain his strong winning streak. Li Fei, Li Zhong. The referee's voice came from behind. Duan Lingtian's eyes moved slightly as he held Ker's hand and walked over. Li Fei and Li Zhong's battle. Li Fei's figure seemed to transform into a flying red rose, attracting countless gazes and becoming the focus of attention. As a girl, being able to enter the core condensation realm at the age of 18 was indeed rare. What surprised Duan Lingtian was that Li Fei's strength was actually higher than Li Zhong's. In just 2 rounds, Li Zhong was forced to admit defeat repeatedly. Interesting. A faint smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's lips. He didn't think that this beautiful and enchanting girl would have such strength. Li Hu Lian. Another battle between core condensation realm martial artists. What surprised Duan Lingtian was that Lian defeated Li Hu in 1 round. Of course, he also knew that this had to do with Li Hu's mood. From the moment he stepped onto the combat arena to when he was defeated by Lian, he seemed to be unsettled. Obviously, he hadn't walked out of the shadow from before. Li Zhong, Li Qing. The battle between core condensation realm martial artists continued. He's Li Qing. Looking at the white-clothed youth on the combat arena, Duan Lingtian was stunned. Wasn't this guy the shameless follower who followed behind Li Fei's butt? He could tell that Li Fei didn't seem to like paying attention to him. This Li Qing was obviously wishful thinking. Li Zhong, admit defeat. On the combat arena, the white-clothed Li Qing arrogantly raised his head and looked down at Li Zhong with a condescending gaze. His tone was filled with dominance. Li Zhong's face sank and his eyes emitted anger. Just when the origin energy in his legs bloomed and he was about to attack, suddenly, his pupils constricted and his body couldn't help but tremble as his origin energy dissipated. Chapter 59. I admit defeat. Li Zhong originally had an imposing manner. Even though he knew he wasn't a match for Li Qing, he was fearless. But now the three ancient mammoth silhouettes that had condensed into form above Li Qing caused him to feel a wave of powerlessness. Three ancient mammoth silhouettes. Li Qing had obviously stepped into the second level of the core formation stage. The sound of people gasping rose and fell around the combat arena. Second level of the core formation stage. Li Qing had actually stepped into the second level of the core formation stage at the age of 18. It was shocking. Even last year's number 1 Li Feng had only broken through to the second level of the core formation stage not long ago. Li Qing's natural talent was even higher than Li Feng's. In terms of strength, he obviously surpassed Li Feng at this time last year. An 18-year-old second-level core formation disciple. Even in our Li clan's recent 100 years of history, there are only a handful. Yeah, Li Qing's natural talent is truly shocking. As expected of the Grand Elder's grandson, the crowd exclaimed in surprise. They were all shocked by the cultivation Li Qing displayed. Second level of the core formation stage? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as a faint smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. This clan martial meet was getting more and more interesting. As the scorching sun gradually dimmed, the clan martial meet was approaching its end. Subsequently, two figures flashed onto the combat arena. Li Fei and Lian. In the battle between the two, Lian defeated Li Fei with a slight advantage. Li Fei's beautiful eyebrows knit together, seeming to be slightly displeased. A few more matches passed. Duan Lingtian Li Fei. The referee's voice sounded from afar. On the combat arena. We meet again. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. His gaze was burning as he brazenly sized up Li Fei, who had a pretty face and a hot figure. Humph. Lecher. Noticing Duan Lingtian's gaze, Li Fei let out a low humph, and her beautiful face flushed red. Outside the combat ring. Oh my god, what am I seeing? Li Fei is blushing. She's actually blushing. Damn, it's true. Does she have some sort of relationship with Duan Lingtian? Otherwise, why would she blush the moment she sees him? They definitely have something going on. I think so too. Duan Lingtian really has good luck with women. There's a young girl by his side whose looks aren't inferior to Li Fei's, and now he's captured Li Fei's heart. The crowd was in an uproar. Li Fei was a famous beauty in the Li clan. She had countless pursuers, but she rarely looked at a man, let alone blushing in front of a man. If someone else had looked at her like Duan Lingtian did now, she would have shot him a murderous glare. But now, in front of Duan Lingtian, she actually blushed. Unbelievable. Li Qing, you've pursued Li Fei for so long, but she was still indifferent. Now she seems to be rather interested in this Duan Lingtian. Lian arrived beside Li Qing and slowly spoke. As he spoke, his burning gaze flashed past the young girl nearby. However, the young girl's gaze was currently completely focused on the violet-clothed youth on the combat ring, and she didn't notice him at all. His face couldn't help but sink. Humph! Is he even qualified to compete with me? Li Qing sneered in disdain. His words showed that he didn't put Duan Lingtian in his eyes at all. Of course, you Li Qing have now broken through to the second level of the core formation stage. In terms of strength, Duan Lingtian can't catch up to you. But you still have to be careful. He's skilled at coaxing women. Even Li Qing seems to have a soft spot for him. Lian added fuel to the fire. Lian suddenly. Li Qing looked at Lian with a cold and indifferent gaze. Lian was stunned. If I'm not wrong, you're interested in the young girl by Duan Lingtian's side, right? What? You don't have the confidence to deal with him, so you want to borrow my hand? Li Qing saw through Lian's thoughts. Him? Don't joke around. Let's see if he goes against you or me first. If he goes against me first, I'll surely make him lose the strength to continue the battle, and you can save some effort as well. Lian wasn't embarrassed or annoyed when he was exposed, and he spoke in disdain. It's the same. If he goes against me first, he'll surely have no chance to battle you. Li Qing's gaze descended onto the violet-clothed youth on the high platform, and killing intent flashed within his eyes before disappearing. On the combat ring, Li Fei naturally heard the discussions in the crowd, and she was both embarrassed and annoyed. Duan Lingtian. When Li Fei saw Duan Lingtian still using that gaze to size her up, her beautiful eyes instantly focused, and she lightly gritted her teeth as she shouted in embarrassment and anger. Is something the matter? Duan Lingtian returned to his senses and was stunned for a moment. This scene once again drew a wave of friendly laughter. Duan Lingtian, if you're unwilling to ruthlessly destroy a flower, then admit defeat. Someone in the surrounding crowd spoke out. Admit defeat? Little Fei, do you need me to admit defeat? Duan Lingtian smiled as he looked towards Li Fei. Little Fei? For a moment, the gazes of the people present were filled with ambiguity when they looked at the two of them. Duan Lingtian. Li Qing's gaze was gloomy and cold, and the origin energy on his body became restless, choosing people to devour. On the combat ring, Li Fei couldn't restrain herself any longer, and she attacked in anger. She'd never imagined that Duan Lingtian would be so shameless, to actually call her by her nickname. Of course, she was slightly curious in her heart. How did Duan Lingtian know her nickname? Fleeting Shadow. Li Fei's graceful and alluring figure moved, as if transforming into a bolt of lightning as she directly charged towards Duan Lingtian. Above her head, two ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed out. Duan Lingtian's eyes slightly narrowed. Li Fei's speed was even slightly faster than Li Zhong's. In next to no time Li Fei noticed. She'd already flashed to a spot not far from Duan Lingtian, and Duan Lingtian actually didn't have any intention of dodging or making a move. Looking down on me, slight embarrassment and anger arose in Li Fei's heart. Meteor fist. Beneath her violet sleeves, her pink fist swept out like a shooting star, and it descended towards Duan Lingtian's chest. Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered. His fleshly body instantly erupted with an enormous strength of 28,000 pounds. Greater teleportation. He circulated his defensive martial skill, preparing to forcefully block Li Fei's fist. Bang! Li Fei's fist instantly smashed onto Duan Lingtian's chest. Li Fei was stunned. Duan Lingtian actually really didn't dodge, allowing her full force fist to smash down. She was slightly regretful. Did I use too much force? The strength of two ancient mammoths. Suddenly, waves of clamorous exclamations of surprise sounded out by Li Fei's ears. Li Fei didn't even have the time to react when she felt that the fist that descended onto Duan Lingtian's chest actually didn't even break through his defensive qi barrier. How can this be possible? Li Fei's beautiful eyes focused, and her alluring and beautiful face was filled with disbelief. She subconsciously raised her head and clearly saw. In the sky above Duan Lingtian, two ancient mammoth silhouettes were faintly discernible. 9th level of the body tempering stage. The strength of two ancient mammoths? Shock had just appeared on her alluring and beautiful face. In the next moment, she felt a boundless energy counterattack from the defensive qi barrier on Duan Lingtian's body and enter her fist. She couldn't be more familiar with this energy. It was precisely the strength of her meteor fist. Retreat. Duan Lingtian frowned as he realized that he'd gone a bit too far. His figure flashed as he hurriedly retreated. However, Li Fei didn't have time to retreat. Although Duan Lingtian had restrained most of the counterattack force, there was still a small portion that ignored the defensive qi barrier that appeared on the surface of Li Fei's body and passed through Li Fei's right arm to smash onto her body. Instantly, Li Fei's face went ghastly pale. Her entire body was like an arrow that left the bow as she flashed out and descended towards a corner of the combat arena. Not good. Suddenly, a wave of shocked shouts sounded out from outside the combat arena. Duan Lingtian glanced over and his face went pale. Presently, the pale-faced Li Fei had no strength in her entire body and was completely unable to borrow strength in midair. Whereas her falling body's head was smashing towards a nearby stone block at a corner of the combat arena. The squarish stone block had a sharp corner, and it was aimed right at Li Fei's head. If Li Fei were to collide with it, the consequences would be unimaginable. On the high platform, Patriarch Li Ao's face went pale as he prepared to go rescue Li Fei. However, he quickly stared blankly on the ground. At this moment, not only him, even everyone present who witnessed the battle between Duan Lingtian and Li Fei were dumbstruck. At this moment, they seemed to have forgotten that Li Fei was in danger. On the combat arena, the youth that seemed to have transformed into a spirit snake that flashed out displayed a shocking speed. This was especially so in the void above his head. The third ancient mammoth silhouette that suddenly condensed into form was so dazzling. No. Impossible. Impossible. Lian looked at this scene from afar and shook his head in disbelief. He wasn't willing to believe that all this was real. On the combat arena, after noticing that Li Fei was in danger, Duan Lingtian didn't care about anything else. He exploded out with all his strength without holding back and displayed extreme speed as he flashed straight towards Li Fei. However, halfway there, he noticed that his speed was still slightly slower. No! Instantly, Duan Lingtian's eyes turned crimson red as he emitted a roar of unwillingness. On the high platform, Patriarch Li Ao and the few old men noticed this as well, and their faces went pale. However, at this moment, even if it was them, it was impossible for them to save Li Fei. The distance was too far. A trace of despair flashed past Li Fei's eyes as she flew out. Am I going to die? Suddenly, she saw the violet-clothed youth that was desperately flying towards her with a savage expression. At this moment, the youth's madness caused a trace of warmth to involuntarily arise in her heart. So it turns out that he wasn't so detestable. Duan Lingtian, who was swiftly flashing, suddenly shouted out explosively. The muscles on his entire body bulged, and his veins throbbed bang. He once again pushed off from the ground. At the instant his feet touched the ground, a scene instantly flashed within Duan Lingtian's mind. On the screen, two small pythons, one black and one white, flew out nimbly like lightning, flashing past in the blink of an eye. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian seemed to have caught onto something. At the instant Duan Lingtian's figure landed on the ground, his spirit serpent movement technique was forced by the situation to undergo a change mastery stage. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's speed increased explosively, and he was a step ahead of Li Fei as he flashed to the vicinity of the stone block. However, there wasn't much space left between Li Fei's head and the sharp corner of the stone block. Duan Lingtian gritted his teeth and directly stuffed his body horizontally into it. Bang! Before he had the time to circulate his defensive martial skill, Li Fei's body had already crashed down into Duan Lingtian's embrace. Chapter 60. Are you alright? Li Fei's head collided with Duan Lingtian's chest, but she wasn't injured in the slightest. She raised her head and looked at Duan Lingtian with concern. The way Duan Lingtian risked his life to save her was still vivid in her mind. She was deeply touched. Big sister, can you get down first? You're so heavy you should lose some weight. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. The intense pain that came from his back caused him to break out in cold sweat. Luckily, he'd cultivated to the 9th level of the body tempering stage, and the transformation of his flesh, blood, and bones was far from what an ordinary 9th level body tempering stage martial artist could compare to, so his bones weren't injured. Li Fei's beautiful face flushed red. She was puzzled in her heart. Was she really that heavy? Under numerous dubious gazes, Li Fei got down from Duan Lingtian's body. You're so heavily injured. Raising her hand to help Duan Lingtian up, Li Fei's face went ghastly pale as she looked at the open wound on Duan Lingtian's back. Don't worry, I won't die. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief and stood up shakily. Thank you. Li Fei was silent for a moment before speaking. Can you give me something more practical? Duan Lingtian laughed slyly. What do you want? Li Fei was stunned. Give yourself to me. Duan Lingtian's gaze once again became burning. Bah! Li Fei's face flushed red, as if blood would drip out. Cough cough. The judge's light cough sounded out, breaking the gentle and charming atmosphere between Duan Lingtian and Li Fei. Do the two of you still want to continue? It was obvious that even the referee could not stand the flirting between the two of them. No need, I admit defeat. Li Fei shook her head, then supported Duan Lingtian down the combat arena. She moved lightly, deeply afraid of touching Duan Lingtian's injuries. Young master, are you okay? Kerr and Li Shishir greeted him with worried expressions. For a moment, Duan Lingtian was surrounded by 3 women. Countless envious and jealous gazes fell on Duan Lingtian from all directions. Almost every man present wished that the one injured wasn't Duan Lingtian, but themselves. In this way, he could replace Duan Lingtian. Fei, are you okay? Li Qing came to Li Fei and asked with concern. Li Qing, I've told you many times, call me Li Fei. Li Fei frowned slightly in displeasure. She focused on cooperating with Kerr and helped Duan Lingtian treat the wound on his back. From beginning to end, he didn't even look at Li Qing. Li Qing's face sank as he took a deep breath. Duan Lingtian, I hope this little injury isn't enough to make you give up on the following battles. Li Qing's gloomy gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian. Don't worry, my goal is first place. Duan Lingtian looked at Li Qing without the slightest fear. Humph. Li Qing snorted coldly as he turned around and left. He was truly afraid that if he stayed even a moment longer, he wouldn't be able to restrain himself from ruthlessly killing Duan Lingtian. After Li Fei's danger was resolved, the attention of everyone present moved on to Duan Lingtian. Today Duan Lingtian gave them too great of a shock. First, he defeated a core formation inner court disciple with a cultivation at the 9th level of the body tempering stage. After that, he even drew upon the energy of heaven and earth to develop 2 ancient mammoth silhouettes, 9th level of the body tempering stage, possessing the strength of 2 ancient mammoths. They had never heard of such a thing. Not to mention that, after that, in order to save Li Fei from danger, Duan Lingtian erupted once again, and even a 3rd ancient mammoth silhouette appeared. From beginning to end, they didn't see Duan Lingtian use origin energy. In other words, Duan Lingtian, 9th level of the body tempering stage, possessing the strength of 3 ancient mammoths. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe that what they saw earlier was true. No wonder Duan Lingtian threatened to fight for first place. So it turns out that he's so strong. Yeah, even though Li Qing is at the 2nd level of the core formation stage, when Li Qing attacks with his full strength, it's only comparable to the strength of 3 ancient mammoths. In this aspect, Duan Lingtian isn't inferior to him. Moreover, Duan Lingtian's martial skills are very strong, so defeating Li Qing isn't impossible. I have confidence in Duan Lingtian as well. Shay. The crowd whispered in discussion. Many people thought highly of Duan Lingtian. These words were incomparably ear-piercing to Li Qing's ears. His face sank, killing intent flickered in his eyes, and his fists were clenched so tightly that his veins throbbed. Duan Lingtian. Even though he was surprised that Duan Lingtian possessed the strength of 3 ancient mammoths, he still didn't take Duan Lingtian seriously. As far as he was concerned, Duan Lingtian was only a 16-year-old kid after all. To possess such strength, he surely had a fortuitous encounter. A branch family disciple with slightly better luck. How could he possibly be a match for him, a genius of the Li clan? I didn't expect that this Duan Lingtian had concealed so much strength. Being defeated by him wasn't an injustice. Li Zhong's gaze was complicated as he sighed. Then he looked towards Li Xiao, who had a dumbstruck expression. Behave yourself in the future and don't provoke him. We can't afford to offend him. Li Zhong warned. Yes. Li Xiao smiled bitterly as he nodded. I didn't expect that his true strength would be so strong. To think that I took him to be my opponent at the beginning. Li Wen gazed at the violet-clothed youth in the distance, and his mood was unable to calm down for a long time. He originally thought that cultivating the unfettered steps to the mastery stage would be sufficient to defeat Duan Lingtian. Now it seemed that all of this was just a joke. On the high platform, I didn't expect that this Duan Lingtian would be able to utilize the strength of 3 ancient mammoths with a cultivation at the 9th level of the body tempering stage. Patriarch Li Ao's expression became slightly serious. Duan Lingtian's true strength had completely exceeded his expectations. According to common sense, he must have had a fortuitous encounter and obtained a treasure of the heavens and earth. Only then would he be able to possess such monstrous strength. The old man beside him guessed. Think so too. The white-browed old man nodded in agreement. The clan martial meet continued. Li Qing Li Fei. The voice of the judge sounded out. For a moment, the gazes of everyone descended onto Li Fei, who was helping Duan Lingtian clean his wounds. I admit defeat. Li Fei didn't even raise his head as he continued to carefully clean Duan Lingtian's wounds. Li Qing wins. Although Li Qing won, he wasn't happy in the slightest. His gloomy gaze never left the violet-clothed youth in the distance. Nearby. I hope that Duan Lingtian encounters Li Qing first. Li An's heart was restless and uneasy. When Duan Lingtian made his move and drew upon the energy of heaven and earth to develop 3 ancient mammoth silhouettes, he felt powerless in his heart. He knew his limits. Duan Lingtian wasn't someone he could deal with. Brethren, this Duan Lingtian concealed his strength too deeply. The green-clothed youth at the side had a lingering fear in his heart. He had almost made a move against Duan Lingtian last time. Now that he thought about it, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Whoosh! After Kerr and Li Fei treated his wounds, Duan Lingtian consumed a 9th-grade gold injury pill, and his injuries gradually improved. After all, he didn't injure his muscles and bones, so he quickly recovered by more than half and wouldn't affect the following battle. Duan Lingtian Lian. The voice of the judge sounded out at the right time. Li An's expression changed. The thing he was most worried about had happened. Be careful. Before Duan Lingtian prepared to ascend the combat arena, Li Fei lightly reminded him. It seems that my injuries were quite worth it. Don't worry, I won't let anything happen to me. I still have many things I want to do. Duan Lingtian glanced at Li Fei with a burning gaze. After the latter flirtatiously rolled her eyes at him, only then did he ascend the combat arena. Kerr, this Duan Lingtian is a womanizer. Aren't you angry? Li Shishir held Kerr's hand and walked to the side, avoiding Li Fei as she asked in a low voice. Big sister Shishir, as long as there's a corner of young master's heart that belongs to me, I'm satisfied. Kerr lightly smiled. Hearing this, Li Shishir was speechless. Where did this Duan Lingtian get such great charm to make Kerr be so dead set on him? On the combat arena, Duan Lingtian looked at Lian with a calm gaze. Lian took a deep breath. His mind was filled with the scene of Duan Lingtian drawing upon the energy of heaven and earth to develop the 3 ancient mammoth silhouettes. Duan Lingtian's strength was comparable to the 2nd level of the core formation stage. His martial skill level wasn't inferior to his. I admit defeat. Although unwilling, Lian still made his decision. If he really made a move, he didn't know what Duan Lingtian would do to him. If Duan Lingtian were to be ruthless, then the losses would outweigh the gains. He didn't dare to gamble. Instantly, the surroundings of the combat arena were filled with boos. Li An's strength was publicly acknowledged as number 2 in the Li family's younger generation. But now, he didn't even have the courage to battle Duan Lingtian. Too cowardly. Noticing the disdainful gazes from the surroundings, Lian took a deep breath and suppressed the shame and anger in his heart. His eyes of hatred carried an icy cold gaze as they flashed past Duan Lingtian. Lian Li Qing. After a few more matches, the referee's voice sounded out once more. This time, Lian directly admitted defeat as well. Li Qing wins. Along with the passage of time, dusk arrived. Li Qing Duan Lingtian. Under the anticipation of everyone, the most exciting moment had finally arrived. 2 youths that possessed the strength of 3 ancient mammoths would raise the climax of this year's clan martial meet. His white clothes fluttered as Li Qing already stood on the combat arena. His condescending gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian, filled with contempt and disdain. This Li Qing is really arrogant. Duan Lingtian's face slightly sank. But, just when he was about to stride out and ascend the combat arena, Duan Lingtian, a condensed voice entered into his ears. He quickly noticed that the surrounding people didn't seem to notice. In other words, only he was able to hear this voice. Through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian found out. Martial artists at the 7th level of the origin core stage and above all had the ability to condense sound into a line. The owner of the voice was none other than Li En. It was precisely the Li clan's patriarch Li Ao. Duan Lingtian slightly raised his head to look at Li Ao on the high platform with a puzzled expression. Not knowing what Li Ao wanted to do, Li Ao was looking at him as well. Duan Lingtian, I hope you can admit defeat for this match. Li Ao's words caused Duan Lingtian to frown. Admit defeat? Impossible. His goal was the reward for first place, the 350-year-old Bloodlingji. Asking him to give it up now was something he couldn't do. I know this is making things difficult for you, but I promise you that I'll privately compensate you with the reward for first place. How about it? Chapter 61. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. The reason he wanted to fight for first place in the clan martial meet was for the generous rewards. Now, Patriarch Li Ao wanted him to admit defeat and even promised to compensate him with an equivalent reward, logically speaking. Since Li Ao had already said this, he had to give Li Ao some face no matter what. But Now that he was standing on the combat arena, looking down on him, the youth in white really made him unhappy. He could imagine how proud Li Ao would be if he admitted defeat. On the high platform, Li Ao frowned. Seeing that Duan Lingtian was unmoved, he took a deep breath, as if he had made up his mind about something. Duan Lingtian, besides compensating you for being first place, I will also give you a promise. In the future, I will unconditionally promise you something that is within my ability and is reasonable. How about it? Li Ao took the last step. Li Ao's voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be moved. Patriarch Li Ao's promise. That was something that couldn't be bought with money. He didn't expect that Patriarch Li Ao would make such a concession in order to let Li Qing obtain first place in the clan martial meet. Of course he could guess the reason why Li Ao did this. The Li clan's annual clan martial meet had always been the most important. If the first place in the clan martial meet was obtained by a disciple with another surname, it would inevitably become a topic of ridicule. The Li clan couldn't afford to lose face like this. No matter what, Li Ao was still the patriarch of the Li clan. If Duan Lingtian still wanted to continue staying in the Li clan, no matter what, he had to give Li Ao some face. In addition, Li Ao had already made such a concession. If he still wasn't willing, then it wouldn't be justifiable. I admit defeat. Under the gazes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian spoke calmly, and then retreated to the side of the three girls. To him, his goal this time was to obtain the 350-year-old blood Lingji. Now that he had obtained the blood Lingji, it could be considered a success. As for the title of first place, he didn't really care. Admit defeat? The people who were looking forward to the battle between Duan Lingtian and Li Qing were completely stunned. Duan Lingtian admitted defeat? This ever since Duan Lingtian had appeared. He had been a dark horse, dominating everything without fear. And now he actually admitted defeat. This contrast was unbearable for most of the people present. On the combat ring, hearing Duan Lingtian admit defeat, Li Qing was also stunned for a moment. To think that I even thought of him as an opponent. Now, it seems that he is simply not worthy of being my opponent. Li Qing looked at the purple-clothed youth who was surrounded by the three women in the distance. The disdain in his eyes deepened, and there was a faint trace of jealousy. Below the combat arena it was clamorous. Duan Lingtian actually admitted defeat. What a surprise! I was wrong about him. I didn't think that he didn't even have the courage to fight Li Qing. To think that he even possesses the strength of 3 ancient mammoths. He's really impressive but useless. There's still a difference between the core formation stage and the body tempering stage in the end. Li Qing is worthy of being the #1 disciple of our Li family's younger generation. His reputation is well deserved. The discussions in the crowd were one-sided. Even those people who thought highly of Duan Lingtian before had now turned around and belittled Duan Lingtian to their heart's content while praising Li Qing. Duan Lingtian, why did you admit defeat? Li Shishir's beautiful brows knit together. She found it difficult to understand Duan Lingtian's decision. She even felt that the current Duan Lingtian was so unfamiliar. The Duan Lingtian she knew, the Duan Lingtian she liked, wasn't the type of person that fled at the last minute. In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian's image in her heart plummeted. If I want to admit defeat, then so be it. Duan Lingtian said casually. You. Li Shishir was exasperated. She stomped her feet and angrily walked away. Don't you find it strange? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and looked at the other 2 girls that hadn't spoken since the beginning. Young master must have his reasons for doing this, Kerr said with a slight smile. You've received a lot of benefits from the patriarch. Li Fei looked deeply at Duan Lingtian. How did you know? Duan Lingtian was stunned. He looked at this enchanting and beautiful girl with slight surprise. The girl smiled mysteriously. Fei. Unknowingly, Li Qing had once again come to Li Fei's side. His burning gaze fell on Li Fei. Li Fei didn't pay attention to him. Fei, this branch family disciple who doesn't even have the courage to fight with me isn't worthy of you. Li Qing took a deep breath. His tone was filled with disdain. Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold. Li Qing, whether he's worthy of me or not, it has nothing to do with you. But I know that I will never choose you. So, you should give up on this idea as soon as possible. Don't bother me in the future. Li Fei looked at Li Qing with disgust. Let's go over there. Li Fei called out to Duan Lingtian and Ke. Duan Lingtian nodded. Before he left, he didn't forget to look at Li Qing and smile. His smile caused Li Qing's face to darken. Killing intent shot out from his eyes. Duan Lingtian. The killing intent in Li Qing's eyes was naturally detected by Duan Lingtian. Only Li Qing's killing intent, in his view, could only be considered as a child playing house. This Li Qing, he estimated that he hadn't even killed anyone before. Within his killing intent, there wasn't the slightest smell of blood. Following the battle between Duan Lingtian and Li Qing, Duan Lingtian admitted defeat. The Li clan's clan martial meet was nearing its end. The final results were out. The top 10 of this year's clan martial meet were: first, Li Qing, 86 points. Second, Duan Lingtian, 84 points. Third, Lian, 82 points. Fourth, Li Fei, 80 points. Fifth, Li Zhong, 78 points. Sixth, Li Hu, 76 points. Seventh, Li Kuang, 74 points. Eighth, Li Shishir, 72 points. Ninth, Ke, 70 points. 10th, Li Wan, 68 points. In the battle between Ke and Li Shishir, Ke didn't go on stage and directly admitted defeat. In her eyes, Li Shishir was her good friend. She didn't want to fight her. Next, the Li clan's patriarch Li Ao would personally give out the rewards. When they returned home, Duan Lingtian's group was still 3 people, but Li Shishir wasn't among them. Li Fei replaced Li Shishir. Inner court martial arts practice field. Li Qing stood there, emitting a terrifying aura. He gazed from afar at Li Fei and the violet-clothed youth talking and laughing as they walked away side by side. Li Qing, how about we join forces and find a chance to teach that Duan Lingtian a lesson? Unknowingly, Lian had arrived by Li Qing's side and made a suggestion. Humph! Li Qing coldly glanced at Lian with a face full of disdain. Lian, you're the same as him. Both of you have lost to me. Do you think I'd join forces with you, a loser, to deal with another loser? Li Qing's nose was raised higher than the sky as he spoke to Lian in a condescending tone. Since you're not interested, then forget it. Lian laughed awkwardly before turning around and leaving. At the instant he turned around, his expression became extremely unsightly, and his eyes flickered with a breathtaking cold light. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 had just entered the house. Swish! Swish! 2 little pythons, one black and one white, flashed straight towards Duan Lingtian and Ke and coiled around their wrists. Then they stuck out their little heads and sized up the peerlessly beautiful young girl with an enchanting figure, and their eyes were filled with curiosity. These are snakes that you raised? Li Fei was slightly surprised when she saw this scene. So cute. Under Duan Lingtian's slightly stunned gaze, Li Fei stretched out her hand to stroke the little black snake that coiled around his wrist. The little black snake closed its eyes in enjoyment. After a short moment, the little black snake's figure flashed and actually coiled around Li Fei's wrist. Perverted snake. Duan Lingtian looked at the little black snake with a gaze filled with jealousy. Dunker, this is? At this time Li Ro also walked out of the room, and her gaze was completely attracted by Li Fei. Li Fei was really too outstanding. In terms of appearance, she wasn't the slightest bit inferior to Ke. Moreover, because of her age, the 18-year-old Li Fei had already completely displayed the charm of a woman. Mother, this is your future daughter-in-law. Duan Lingtian chuckled. Hello Aunt Ro, I'm Li Fei. Unhappily glaring at Duan Lingtian, Li Fei smiled and greeted Li Ro. Good. You guys have a good chat, I'll go prepare dinner. Li Ro's face bloomed with a smile as she entered the kitchen. Madam, I'll help you. Ke also followed in. Little Fei, you still haven't told me. How did you know that I purposely admitted defeat after receiving benefits from the patriarch? Duan Lingtian's eyes stared closely at Li Fei. Why should I tell you? Li Fei rolled her eyes at him. You are my future daughter-in-law. Why are you asking so many questions? Duan Lingtian chuckled. Hey, you're shameless, who's your daughter-in-law? Li Fei simply ignored Duan Lingtian and stretched out her jade hands, gently teasing the 2 little pythons. The little pythons were not afraid of strangers at all, and played happily in Li Fei's hands. As a former playboy soldier, Duan Lingtian could naturally see that ever since he saved Li Fei on the battle arena, Li Fei's attitude towards him was completely different. If it was in the past, Li Fei would have already been angry if he was so frivolous. He believed, as long as he put in a little more effort, he would definitely be able to completely conquer this peerless beauty in front of him. Not long after, someone came to visit. They brought a long box. Duan Lingtian opened it and smiled with satisfaction. He did not expect that the patriarch Li Ao's efficiency was so high and delivered the thing so quickly. This is 350 years old blood lingji mushroom? Li Fei recognized the blood lingji mushroom lying in the box and was stunned for a while before looking at Duan Lingtian in disbelief. Didn't you guess it? Duan Lingtian smiled. The reward you received this time is more than Li Qing. Li Qing only received a reward for ranking first, but you received 2 rewards for ranking first and top 3 at the same time. Li Fei looked at Duan Lingtian enviously. How is it, me being your man, I won't embarrass you, right? Duan Lingtian chuckled, and his fiery gaze fell on Li Fei's towering peaks, and his lower abdomen slightly heated up. Where are you looking at? Li Fei frowned and her enchanting face blushed, all the way to her neck. You're so beautiful. Duan Lingtian's breathing became hurried, and he took a deep breath to calm his restless emotions. Really? Even pearls are not so real. Didn't you say that I should go on a diet? I lied to you.